Um, Welcome everyone. It looks like there is a new box surprise dropping as of right now. So let's start by going over the new cards. First, we have Dark Doom Dread Ruler. Send a zombie monster to the graveyard, and then it becomes a 3500. And then, if we have a level 7, it deals burn damage. So the main thing is that this, like Trigger Drago and Ancient Rise Dragon before it, is able to boost itself up. But this one requires a discard. So I definitely don't see it being used over the other options in aggro piles. I actually have not read all of these cards, so we need to find what the other zombies are. Thunder Fiend, Fiend Psychic. Okay, so we have a generic 1500 vanilla. That's fine. This one gives you a 0 attack monster back, so presumably we're getting a 0 attack zombie. And multiple 0 attack zombies. That seems a little bit underwhelming. I don't know if we get a zombie skill, but so far I don't see it. A 3500 attacker that requires you to discard a card. Even if you can, Crawling Torso doesn't seem that great. However, let's think about Torso on its own. Torso is pretty similar to Seahorse Carrier, except it adds back a bunch of 0 attack monsters. And adding back a 0 attack monster is actually pretty good in the Royal Bubble matchup. Which means the Aqua Engine might be dead. Crawling Torso has more attack than the Seahorse Carrier, and the cards it adds back aren't good attackers, but they are relevant in the current meta. So you might see some experimentation with this. Moving on, we have another Doom Metal, or another Royal Bubble. Doom Metal requires 2 level 7 or higher monsters, but then it will also destroy everything on the field, which is really similar to what our Hell Tuning Invasion skill wants us to do. Of course, the big issue is getting out level 7s. Hell Tuning Invasion only gets us to level 5, and I don't think these get us to 2 level 7s that easily. Phaser works, but we're gonna need a new... I think the Doom Metal has a new skill, so we'll have to wait and see what that does. Yeah, Quantum, I think not being at limit 2 means the Torso will be more consistent as an advantage engine than the Seahorse Carriers, and it might see some play. I don't know how many of these 0 attack things you would run, but still like a 3-4 split or something. It'll give you something in between the Beast and Aqua engines. I know there are some people who are running like Aquas with Currybot to fill in the extra slots, but I think just running the 3 Crawling Torsos would work as well. Moving on, we do get Esperade outside of the skill, and that is fine. It is a power play, and it's another 2500. But as we know, getting to 1000 or lower is a kind of conditional activation requirement. Overall, I don't think this is the card that is going to take Psychics from unplayable to the top of the meta. The Guard only negates direct attacks, so this is here as a counterplay to Hell Tuning Invasion and Doom Metal. Whether or not this is going to be worth it over running something like the King's Majesty engine, which can also protect one of your monsters against other decks, is pretty questionable. Also keep in mind, against other main decks, like Magnum Overlord, they are going to be attacking into your monsters rather than directly. So, give me 6 Ministers' Recital, it's going to be better in those decks. Overall, I think the Guard is a little bit, overall, I would say the Guard is a little bit worse. Then we have Thunder Gazelle, who is randomly limit 3. This lets you work somewhat similarly to Piercing Samurai, except it can give anything piercing. Unfortunately, it requires you to have no monsters or no cards in the opponent's hand. However, since this card does require you to have no cards in the opponent's hand, it's going to suffer the same fate as Trigger Drago, so it doesn't actually replace the Piercing Samurai in the deck. Opponents are frequently going to have 1 card left in hand, especially if they know you are on Thunders. You could see this in generic aggro decks, but you won't because it's limited 3. I think this card is probably dead on arrival. Then we have Rogue of Archfiend, which, Rogue of Archfiend is essentially a better version of the Royal Rebels Arena. The only card that can destroy the only trap card that can destroy monsters is Widespread Ruin. So you can simply send this to the graveyard, and then make your best monster immune to the Widespread Ruin. Additionally, unlike the field spell, when you don't need to use the effect, this counts as a low-level monster you are able to use. And even more, Rogue of Archfiend, if it is the lone monster that survives on your board, is able to send itself to the graveyard, turning on your Ghost Cyclone's turn 2. It's not gonna, that play definitely won't come up a ton, but sometimes it will. Well, actually, I don't think you'd be able to use it if it's the only monster on the field. So, never mind. Because you wouldn't have anything to actually target with the effect, so you're not going to be able to do it unless you already have 2 Fiends on the field. I'm pretty sure. So, overall, still better than the field spell because it is a body you contribute. Future Diviner. Drawing a card and then sending a card to the graveyard. This is like a reverse Mystic Dealer, but it requires you to have your boss already on field. And this can be a little bit awkward. We already know from Fashion of Faith in the Aqua deck that sometimes you're only going to have the 2 low-level monsters. And if you have to tribute off the Fashion of Faith before you summon the Dion Keto, you aren't getting the advantage. And Future Diviner is pretty similar. And even worse, Future Diviner doesn't actually give you card advantage. There might be a new skill that synergizes with this, but on its own, it doesn't seem that great. However, if you're still running a lot of random vanillas in a Psychic deck, you could use this over one of them. Unfortunately, even the vanilla level 2s have synergy with Stardom Light. So overall, the URs and the SRs don't seem super impactful. If you are a relatively new player, you probably want to just go ahead and stick with the other boxes for now. But we will continue seeing if there's anything in the rares and normals that are worth playing. Welcome, Sean. Hope you are having a good day. Phaser is fine. It can turn itself into a level 7 or higher Fiend monster. And that just lets you send off the Phaser to get another boss monster to tribute off of your things like Growl or Invasion. I think this card is probably going to see play. Unfortunately, it does require you to already have a level 7 on the field. But once you get the first level 7, you can use Phaser to get the second, and then you trigger the Doom Metal. I will have to experiment it. I have not played a lot of Royal Rebels in the physical format, so I'm gonna have to test and see if this card is good. Then we have Clapping Thunder. If we have 2 or more face-up Thunder monsters, we get to debuff the opponent's monsters. But if we have 3 monsters on the field, we draw a card. And this is actually not as good. This card is not as good for consistency as you might expect. The problem we already have in the Thunder deck is drawing too many level 7 monsters. And that means, now if we're sitting on 2 boss monsters and a Clapping Thunder, we're still only going to be able to bring in 2 monsters and then tribute off for the 1 boss. What Thunders really need is a card like Mystic Dealer that can get a boss out of your hand and then cycle into a new low level. I think it is still worth testing out though, as drawing more cards is generally good. But what do we take out? You might, unironically, go down to 5 or even 4 boss monsters in the Thunder deck, and then try to cycle through things a little bit faster with the spell card. 1500 generic attacker is fine, and we also get another one for psychics. We've already discussed Crawling Torso, so let's move on to End All. We send a monster to the graveyard, and then we also send End All to the graveyard. And we get back Climax Finale and Psychic Introduction. This is terrible. We're giving up 2 monsters for a conditional boost. Maybe you run this as a one-of, just in case you really need to activate 3 Climax Finale in the skill that also lets you set it from the deck and graveyard. But overall, I expect this to be pretty situational. It is worth noting, you can theoretically try out the Climax Beat skill and just play Climax Finale Turbo, getting as many cards as possible into the graveyard to lower your life points as much as possible, and then you can win with Esperade, boosted by 3 copies of Climax Finale. That is probably worth trying. The normal monsters are a bunch of Thunders and Zombies that don't really matter, plus Thunder Beetle boost. There's a trap card for the Thunder deck that doesn't really matter. Overall, my impressions of this box are that it is a little bit weird. We just got a mini box that focused on Thunders and Royal Rebels, and now we're getting a super mini box that focuses on Thunder and Rebels. It's almost like they had a main box and then decided to just split it up into 2 separate releases. I suppose this is fine as I suppose this is fine. I forgot what I'm trying to say. As we did go 3 months without a box, and if they want to give us multiple smaller boxes, that's okay. I think that's probably good for the game. However, it definitely does seem a little bit weird that we're getting exactly the same archetypes in the next box as the previous one. And it's made even weirder by the fact that Royal Rebels are already one of the best decks in the game. And now they're giving them even more support to go with a rerun, which is giving them even more support. I would definitely expect to see a skill or card hit in the very near future. Imagine playing in Dragon Ruler format, where you're playing a tier 0 deck, and then they announce the next set is even more Dragon Rulers. It just doesn't make a ton of sense. So I'm sure we're going to see a skill or card balancing in the very near future. Welcome, Stan. I agree. It was a surprise to see the new box immediately. Redfire says, with Doom Metal, a Shadow Fire Limit 3 is really increasing. That is theoretically possible. If you have Heavy Metal, Doom Metal, and the Invasion all in the deck, you're going to be running way too many high-level monsters. However, I believe there is also a new skill. So let's go over to the leaks. Okay, so no holding back, Beta the Superstar can be used to add in the End-All and the other Psychic that was introduced in the box. Restricts you to only Psychic-type monsters, which makes sense, but only the 1400 or more slot, which means you do get some variety. Notably, you'd be able to run Essel in this deck, which is going to put even more cards in the graveyard to help you set up cards like Roman Pick and Climax Finale. And then, if we summon a level 7 monster, we get another card back. This is actually not too different from the already existing Psychic Drive skill. Let's go ahead and compare it to that. Skills, Rush, Psychic Drive. So, Psychic Drive costs 300 life points, but then it gives any of your level 5 or higher monsters a card. And then Prima Katana lets you add a level 2 Psychic Normal, whereas this one, it works with any of the level 7s. So this is probably a little bit better. Wait, and it actually doesn't work with End-All. So, correction. This does not work on level 1 monsters, which means, unfortunately, we will not be able to add back Roman Pick. Nor will we be able to add back End-All. So the main target is a level 2 is Future Diviner, who has exactly 500 attack. It is a +1, and it works after you summon the level 7 monster. So I mentioned that this card would be a little bit inconsistent like Fashion of Faith. However, with the skill, even if you only have the 2 level monsters, you can use Future Diviner as tribute and then add it right back with the skill, which then enables you to draw a card. I can see that being pretty solid. The issue is Psychics themselves are not that good. Having to pay so many life points to do anything is a huge problem. Especially when we are fighting decks like Royal Rebels, which are able to just summon out, or especially when we're fighting a deck like Royal Rebels, which can clear the board and inflict thousands of damage every single turn. paying your own life points to do anything. It means you are going to be outpaced massively. Then we have Death Doom Requiem. No requirement, but we can only be running Fiend monsters, except for level 4s, which means, once again, this deck has access to Essel, which really surprises me. I feel like Essel leads to the most feel-bad situations in the Royal Rebel decks, so letting them continue to use Essel is a huge shock. Moving on to the actual skill effect, we're able to get 2 level 7 or higher light monsters. Okay, it lets us bring 2 level 7s on the field from our hand, activating Death Doom. And then while a monster placed on the field is face up, it can't have its battle position changed, but that's fine. Wait, oh, so we can't attack with them. That makes sense. They want you to immediately tribute them off, rather than start swinging in with the 2 free boss monsters. And that makes sense. I cannot attack directly using a monster with 20, so it also turns off the heavy metal, which is really interesting. Obviously, what they want you to do is load your deck. So they want you to load your deck with all of the level 7 or higher monsters. And then they want you to brick by drawing way too many high attack, and then brick by drawing 3 or more high level monsters. And then if you do that, you're able to trigger your monsters for free as you bring out the 2 level 7s, or you can only bring 1 of each level. So you have to draw specifically Invasion plus 1 of the other 2 bosses that are level 8. And you bring out Invasion and 1 boss, and then you contribute for the other. And keep in mind, even if you draw into 2 heavy metals and an invasion, you will get the pop, but heavy metal won't be able to attack if you use the effect. So it's really here just for Doom Metal, when you draw all 3 of your bosses at the same time. That feels pretty inconsistent. And keep in mind, even though Doom Metal does destroy all monsters on the field, it doesn't flip them up. So while Doom Metal is able to destroy all face-up monsters on the field, the skill doesn't flip them up for you. So I think there's a pretty good chance Hell-Tuning Invasion remains the better skill, unless we get a new ban list that nerfs the skill in some way. And then finally we have a Row of Omen skill, which locks us to Fiends and Psychics. We return a Fiend and a Psychic from the graveyard into the deck. And then we get a pretty cute effect. By treating a monster as 2 tributes, as long as it's level 5 or higher, heavy metal will get its effect. And Prima Katana can come in over a low-level monster for free. I actually really do want to try this skill. I think this is probably the first skill where Berry Bassist will be a good card. In the past, Berry Bassist has been incredibly underwhelming, as it functionally is just another low-level monster, because you're tributing 1 off to summon it, and then summoning your low-level back. However, with Row of Omen Advance, Berry Bassist now counts as 2 tributes for heavy metal, and then it will also recycle itself with the low-level monster it revives. That's probably the coolest play that the deck can do. Overall, I don't think this is going to be as good as some of the more dedicated Psychic or Fiend skills individually. But if you like both of the characters and want to do a nice hybrid deck, this one seems pretty fun, and it might end up being the best way to play Psychics. And with that, let's finally move over to Duel Links and start opening the box, which is freshly released. I'm pretty sure if we go to here, we should be able to get started. And let me read what I've missed. Ironically says, the new Robo skills on the event page, teased but didn't show it. Did I get a Gokibore? Yes, I did get 1 copy of both it and Amabie. And I agree with Ironiclass, it looks pretty fun. So, 50 packs. That seems like a lot. That is 5 times 10, or 5 times 500, times 3. I mean, we have plenty of gems, so we are just going to go get all of the cards. And then I would like to ask you all, what do you want to see first? Psychics, or Fiends, Thunder, something else? I'm not entirely sure what to bring onto the ladder. Yep, pro tag, there is a random new box dropped one day after the festival supporting Royal Rebels, a deck, you know, very unviable. Just really glad we were able to get support for this underappreciated deck. Black Surge says, Thunder. So I guess we will try seeing what we can do with that. Looks like we are still missing a phaser. So let's go ahead and open a couple more packs until we get it. Bum, 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 bum. Remember to change the bulk buy settings. I will simply not open all of the SRs. Don't worry about it. Oh, I suppose if I did the bulk settings, I would be able to do it by just clicking the 10 button. The reason I haven't done it is if I click on both of these, will it, like, if I have both of these selected and then I open all the URs, I wasn't sure if it was going to reset the box because it met the condition of having no ultra rares, even if there were still super rares. So I've been doing it manually because I want to make sure all of the URs and SRs are pulled. But I don't actually know how it works. Alright, enjoy your night, Dragzen. What are the chances that in 2 weeks the Fiend cards are gonna hit the ban list? Very probable. Alright, and there we go. We got our first thing. Let's go ahead and reset the box. You know, I was actually thinking with the GR Festival, I was already back at max. So having more cards to pull isn't that bad. Let's just go for another 10 pull. And if we pull all of them, that's fine with me. Black Surge says Zombies Tier 0. For some reason, I am doubting it. Okay, so it won't reset until we get all of the cards for both conditions. Got it. In that case, I feel comfortable clicking the button and just going in. It looks like we missed it anyway. But presumably, I think you're saying it should reset the box mid-10 pull. And it looks like it did. We got this, and then it moved on, with 3 packs in. Oh, we somehow whiffed a 10 pull in such a small box. 4 left. The Thunder Spell and Thunder Zell look really good. I am not convinced about Thunder Gazelle, because the requirement, just like Cherry Drago, requires them to have no cards in hand. And the reason we run Piercing Samurai in the first place is because our opponent frequently has cards in hand, which is not great. So if we want to get Piercing in, we need to continue to run the Samurai anyway. There's a new bundle? Oh no. Well, we will be buying it, and I will be wasting a few gems. Pushwiz, I agree. Royal Rebels, after so long of being such a terrible, unusable deck, we are finally getting to see it have a chance to be viable after spending all weekend with no top placements in the Rush Festival guaranteed. This is really what they need. So, I forgot to do this, and we have fewer than 15, or we have 15 packs left. So, whatever, we're probably getting a 4th copy of some of these cards. Let's see our damage. Wow. We went in a little bit too much. But let's see. We get a glossy Doom Medal. And a glossy Rogue of Archfiend. And a glossy Thunder Gazelle. And a prismatic Future Diviner. That is my first prismatic URSR pull. And finally, a glossy The Guard. Overall, I would say it worked out pretty well. Pretty funny that we got a glossy version of 2 Rogue cards. Or 2 Warrior Rebels. Arnica says, after seeing the Dino aggro do so well, hesitant to count out zombie aggro. That is fair. I just think the discard cost is way more concerning than other boss potentials like, the Dino gives you a +1, and Trigger Drago and Ancient Rise both boost themselves. Promanaka says, I like Gazelle, but what are you going to use its effect on? One of the bosses has its effect built in, exactly. And it's designed to be a generic card. It's not like Piercing Samurai, where you can boost only warriors. Gazelle can target anything. But they realize that you can't let Gazelle give Dragius Piercing. So it's a limit 3 card. So where are you running the Gazelle properly? Adam says, Arching Soldier goes in the Royal Rebel decks. This is true, I believe. However, is Archfiend Soldier a dark monster? I'm pretty sure, Hellturning Invasion can't run Summon Skull, and I don't think they're able to run Archfiend Soldier either. But the new, Death Doom card, or Death Doom deck might allow it. Let's just clear out some of these while we think about the box. And we are gonna start with Thunder. Did the zombie deck get a skill? No. Arching Soldier is dark. That's what I thought. Which is unfortunate. Zombie Dinosaurs does sound like an interesting deck. Push Whiz. Maybe we should try it at some point. But first, we are gonna go in and edit our Thunder deck. See if there's anything interesting we can do with it. And then we will take the deck onto the King of Games ladder. I believe Thunder is on now. That is correct. Okay. So we have the new spell card. Somewhere. Sorry, one moment. I am blind and trying to find where it is. Okay. Clapping Thunder. And then, does the new Legend have more defense than Vorse Raider? I think it's pretty similar. But we will double check. Oh, it's in the gift box. I need to go claim it. I forgot I don't necessarily get the card added to the inventory right away. Let's go here and receive all. Oh, and I suppose we should also be... Oh, it does have more defense. So we will be running Arching Soldier in Thunders. Let's claim the rest of the gems in case there's anything that would be expiring. And then, apart from the Thunder Gazelle, was there anything else added to the Thunder deck apart from the spell card? I feel like it wasn't that much. Frank says, shame the zombies don't get a skill, its only hope is running alongside Dragius. I agree. But if you're running an aggro deck, why use the zombie over a card like Trigger Drago? Which also even has the Duck Bill to help you revive it. And get more consistent boss plays later on. Alright, and we are quickly claiming all of these gems. Looks like even after the damage is done, we are going to be at around 5k gems. So as long as they don't introduce another mini box tomorrow, we'll be fine. Let's go back and claim and edit the deck. We need the Archfiend Soldier, which means Vorse Raider is no more. Then, this is going to help us debuff things and draw cards. So I think we can probably cut out a copy of the Trigger Draco. Oh, the trap card. Yeah, I think the trap card is probably not going to be seeing any play here. Let me go double check what it does. Evolving Rising Heart. Trap card says gain life points. I'm good. I think I am good on gaining life points. So, Clapping Thunder. What else do we take out for it? I mean, we could take out the Blast Draws. While I was playing in the festival, my opponents lost so many games to having a Blast Draws on the field. And the reason this doesn't work out very well for them is because Heavy Metal reduces these to level 3. And now you have a 5,000 attack monster swinging into a 1,200. And that is 3,800 damage. When you add in the 2,300 from Invasion attacking directly, that goes up to just over 6,000. And Blast Jaws, for that reason, is actually a liability in the deck. What might not be a bad play, though, are some pluggy fish. Let's go filter on Thunder Monsters. Add in a couple of pluggy fish. Oh, and we also do have the Thunder Beetles. So if we include some of these, we would have more ways to dodge a Heavy Metal's effect. However, pluggy fish is still a little bit better than both of these, I think. And if either of these had 0 attack, then they would be worth it. But since they have between 100 and 900, they don't seem as good. Level 4 slots, still gonna be... Oh, but interesting. This requires us to have exactly 3 Thunder Monsters, which means that the non-Thunder Monsters are a little bit more of a problem in the deck. So I think we're gonna cut out the Sanctity for another pluggy fish. We already have a boost. Unfortunately, Piercing Samurai and Essel are probably just too important to what the deck is doing. So I'm willing to try it out like this. I don't think 3 copies of Clapping Thunder is actually ever going to be the right move. But what we're gonna do is make it our primary way of modifying attack. And we'll fill in with as many Thunder Monsters as we can. And I guess I just want another way to eat a Heavy Metal boost. And now we have even more targets for the Stormbolt Destroyer. So the deck should be a little bit more consistent. Let's see how it goes. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot that the right side of my screen is often closed out. So I need to make sure I'm actually clicking on the cards so you all can see what I'm talking about. I'm pretty sure this is probably right at 2 instead of at 3, but here we go. 2 Clapping Thunder, 2 Steel Ray. That would probably be a better plan. But I do want to try out with the new cards first. Let's head over to King of Games and see how it works. Rush Duel. The new doesn't the Thunder Gazelle replace Piercing Thunder? Damichi Hana? No. The issue is Thunder Gazelle requires you to have a card in hand, or your opponent to have no cards in hand. And if you've played the deck, you'll find out that a lot of opponents are keeping 1 card in hand. And that means if you want to get in for the piercing damage, you need Piercing Samurai. This is especially important in the Magnum Overload matchup. And immediately, even though we've added a bunch of new vanilla monsters, we still don't have any. So unless we draw one, we are going to be in a rough spot. The Death Doom skill is already out. I thought this wasn't going to be out for a while. So I've been taken by surprise immediately. I did not know we were able to obtain it. We will be playing Rebels later this stream, for sure. And we actually do draw our pluggy fish, an incredible new inclusion. And unfortunately, our opponent actually does include a card in hand specifically to play around my pluggy fish. Or more likely, they actually just didn't have anything. So we're gonna bring in the Sensor Duckbill. And then Stormbolt Destroyer. But as you can see right here, the Piercing Samurai would be able to get in for some damage. We are going to activate the effect and bring back a Pluggy Fish. And the question is, do we summon the Trigger Drago or hold onto it for later? I need to read what their skill does. So it summons out 2 of them, and then they can't attack with 2600 or more directly. And if they summon their Death Doom, they aren't able to attack directly at all. Wait, no, it's gonna have under 2600. And it is gonna destroy all the monsters on my field. So if my entire board is getting destroyed anyway, I think it's better for me to get in there for some damage. Let's Piercing Samurai and get in for 1200. Pretty sure my skill cannot change them to attack mode. So, let's battle and see how it goes. They have the widespread. But I think we have to just, even though it can't change its battle position, leaving them with a level 5 monster on the board is a bad plan. So we're gonna go like this and see what happens. Ryu says, wish Thunder had a reliable way to hand rip. Exactly. Even just a discard 1 would have been so important. Why not play the Pluggy Fish in defense mode? Because I wanted to be able to destroy the 2 boss monsters. And putting in defense mode isn't a huge deal if they find their boss monsters. Invasion and the other guy both are able to just destroy my entire field. And then if they are running over with 3 random low levels, I actually don't really care if I'm taking an extra 200 damage. Or in this case, like 100 from the Kobold. Invasion is summoned, but they aren't going to be able to use the skill, which is at least something. Looks like I am taking some damage. But I think getting rid of their boss monsters was still correct. And now they have no cards in hand. We have our own Essel, but it's not going to do anything here. However, what do we want to put out next to this? Angry Coilfish could swing in over that, but I think we do want just the Piercing Samurai again. Oh, but we're not gonna have 3 monsters on board. I need to summon the Samurai beforehand. Sorry, I've played Royal Rebels all weekend, and I am a little out of practice with the Thunders. So unfortunately, we are missing out on a ton of damage here. How do I do this? I think we'll just go like this. Unfortunately, we are missing out on damage. But we're going to do what we can. Demichi Hana, the new skill, they do force you to run all 9 high levels, for sure. Yeah, so I did miss out on 1200 damage here. Oh, and the Royal Roman skill is the one that is coming later. That makes sense. Okay. Alright, and it looks like they did draw a bunch of monsters. The question is whether or not they also got a Death Doom to pair with this. Oh, no, it's only 1. So you don't need to summon both. Okay, if you only have 1, that's okay, that skill is significantly better than I thought. And that changed my opinion on Phaser entirely. Very, important card for this deck. I thought you had to be able to summon 2. I agree with Fryga. It is kind of weird that all these skills are making us kind of ignore Rocker and Growl. And here comes the Doom Metal. We take a bunch of damage, and I'm pretty sure we can just die now. Seems pretty strong. And even if we had a Widespread Ruin, they'd be immune to it. Okay, now they're just BMing. Unless there's a further attack restriction I'm not remembering. But I don't think so. We have been rolled. The extra 100 damage wouldn't have helped at all. I'll send them a nice, and we'll move on. Dimitri Hana. That is a good question. I'm kind of mixed on the box. I think it's just a really weird box in general. We just got a mini box supporting the exact same deck types, so it feels like it was just a main box that they decided to split in two. And further, we already know Royal Rebels and Thunder are incredible decks, so it's also just kind of weird for them to continue to support the same decks that are already winning everything. If you look at the tournament results for the mini box meta, every single event has been won by a Rebel or a Thunder deck. I think. Maybe like one Magnum. However, it is always fun to get new cards and try things out. Notably, we didn't actually draw any copies of our Thunder last game. And this game, even if we do, we're gonna have a ton of non-Thunder monsters in the deck. Am I gonna play Psychic later? I do plan on it. I don't know if we actually got the new skill yet or not. Okay, this is very funny. We are gonna bring in the Trigger Drago rather than just the 3 Piercing Samurai. And we will have 3 monsters on board this time. So we are safe to actually activate the effects. Unfortunately, Harpies are a deck with a ton of 1400 defenders, which means there is a pretty good chance we actually don't clear through much of anything here. 6, oh, you see, and I didn't even notice that. I always get distracted reading the chat and stuff. Anyway, what did I miss? Further making Roa a tier 1 duelist, worth keeping track of how often the opponents are on 0 cards because of Gazelle. The opponent had a card in hand almost every turn, except for the final one, I thought. Also, I guess this time they are on 0, but they're clearing out all 3 copies of what would be the Gazelle. We get some duckbills, which is fine. But we don't need them since we already have 2 monsters in hand. I think we go here. And unfortunately, we can't keep the samurai on board if we are bringing in these 2. Which I think is the right play. Getting out multiple boss monsters, unless I'm missing lethal here, is almost always going to be the right move. And we even have piercing from a Trigger Drago anyway. We can revive the Stormbolt Destroyer, get ourselves a Surge Bolt Lizard. And then we can activate the skill. We will debuff this. And we will switch the Harpy to defense mode. Activate the effect. And we need to pierce over this to weaken the pet dragon even further. And we swing over this. And we get in for a ton of damage here. Unless they are able to OTK us this turn, we should be okay. But if that face down card is something like Shield and Sword, they might just be able to swing over the Surge Bolt Lizard and end it. As a Harpy Lady Sisters is 2600 and 500 more from the skill. And since the new Roman skill is already out. Okay, I need to go read the global missions apparently. To Faithbird. Oh, wait, I actually recognize this player. I'm not sure if it's just from the ladder or if I've talked to them before though. But definitely have seen them around somewhere. even if it is just on the ladder. Alright, and here's the Harpy Lady Sisters, but fortunately, no shield and sword to ruin our day. Paco says, thunder clicking off stream. What do you mean by clicking? Oh, do you mean kicking off stream? Like starting? But yeah, we decided to go with thunder first. And we've resolved 0 clapping thunders. Alright, they just swing over this, and do they choose to crash? They actually do. That feels really weird. We get a clapping thunder of our own. But a 400 point debuff isn't actually that much. If they have the widespread ruin, then we still aren't actually clearing anything. And we don't have a duckbill or anything either. Now, the potential upside is that instead of widespread ruin, they might be on a card like Counter Pigeons. And if that's the case, I think we just kind of want to go in and see if we can't win the game. It'll be funny if we lose, though. I think setting would have been a fine play. Let's Clapping Thunder, get the debuff, and draw. That doesn't work for me, because these are both 0 defense monsters. Had I summoned the Pluggy Fish, we would have actually been able to take advantage of this draw to guarantee a win. But I mean, I guess we just throw it down. And YOLO. Of course they have it. We shall enter in here and lose. Oh, clicking off stream. Like leaving. I understand now. So yeah, had I played down the Pluggy Fish, we would have had another way to get into the Harpy Lady, which is very funny. Hold on, I need to go. Sorry, had to sneeze. Alright, and there comes a Seal Array. And yeah, this game is super over. Yeah, I agree with Paco. I should have just known I was going to draw into the Shield and Sword. It is also theoretically possible, though, that the final face down card is a Sword and Shield to counter the Shield and Sword. So we're just going to pretend that it was. And that is game. Thunder's mid confirmed. Terrible deck. Unplayable. We'll run one more, and then we'll go unlock the new skills, I think. We want to get one win with Thunder before we switch over. Yeah, Viv is Paco. And this time we draw Clapping Thunder. But we definitely aren't activating it here. We are playing against an opponent who's potentially on Harpies because they're using an archive skill. So I'm just going to bring out the Trigger Drago. I want to thin my hand for next turn. That way I can actually get 3 low-level monsters to trigger my Clapping Thunders. But they immediately Cyclone me. Is the new field spell worth getting? So initially I was gonna say maybe, but now the answer is a conclusive no, because we got a new monster that does the same thing as the field spell. And it's way better to have a monster that does it than to have a card that might brick you. Being able to just beat a low-level monster is incredibly valuable. And it's why we see a lot of cards like Thunder the Thunder or even Silverwolf, but we don't see any rightful magic. I think that's the most apt comparison we can make. Okay, so we're going to need 3 Thunder monsters on the board to trigger our spell card. But since we're running important cards like Essel and Piercing Samurai, we simply do not have them. And that means it is time to continue coping. We will actually remember to summon the Piercing Samurai this time. Let's go ahead, activate the effect. It's now able to pierce. Then we summon the Trigger Drago. And the Essel. Activate effect, and then activate skill. Debuff this one and switch the other to defense mode. And then we get in for a ton of damage. Alright, let's see what they do. We are in a pretty advantageous position. Am I playing the Thunder low level? Could you be more specific? If you mean Gazelle, no. Gazelle has the same issue as Trigger Drago. We've talked about it a couple times. But obviously as the stream goes on, new people will filter in. So it's worth repeating. The Gazelle has the same requirement as Trigger Drago of 0 cards in hand. Whereas Piercing Samurai is actually able to get in when the Trigger Drago can't. And since one of your boss monsters already has Piercing, Gazelle seems very redundant. Unless we actually start seeing players consistently having 0 cards in hand. The Thunder Bugs. We're running, one of the Thunder Beetles. We're running a single copy of Hi-Hat. I think the deck is still harmed by the only way to actually get cards out of the opponent's hand being Royal Rebel Shout. If they had a way to make the opponent just discard 1 card, they would be in a much, much better position. Why 1 Hi-Hat? We ran out of other cards to run. It was simply the next best available monster. Realistically, this card is kind of cope. I think you'd really rather just be running a Talismanic Seal Array and then some more monsters. I mean, I guess we could be running a Gazelle here in addition to the Piercing Samurais for even more piercing monsters. That might be worth it. Cut like a Hi-Hat and 1 copy of the spell to get in a Gazelle anyway. It's not like you have to replace the Piercing Samurai with the Gazelle. You can just run it as a 1300 monster, which seems reasonable. I don't mind trying that out. However, we are going to be switching over to unlocking the Roman skill after this game. And my opponent is taking a really long time figure out what they are doing. Oh, thank you for the follow, JD. Yeah, Redfire, if you're playing with the new Royal Rebel skill, drawing 4 high levels isn't that bad, since you can just bring them out anyway. And my opponent has run out of time. We are gonna switch deck, and I also need to go get water, etc. I started the stream kind of in a rush, so we are going to take a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll get back to it with a new deck. And we are back. What do we need to do to unlock the new skills? Oh, I forgot completely about the event as well. Let's just grab those for now. And I will do the event grinding off stream at some point. Eventually, we will find the new skills. Achieve 3 wins using only Psychic-type monsters and only Fiend-type monsters with Roman and Roa. Okay, no problem at all. We are starting with Roman. Those all look like Psychic monsters to me, so we are good to go. Just need to go beat up a couple of NPCs at 1x. And then, while it does that, let me see what I have missed. The new dinosaur, Dosadon. Yeah, it seems not that great. Thunder Gazelle might be good in other decks. So, Paco. What other decks don't have a limit 3 that you're gonna run the Gazelle in? Like Magician Shuffle, I guess. Maybe Bubble Era. Those are the only ones I can really think of. So, Pushwiz, I did actually used to run the Royal Rebel Shout over the Piercing Samurai. However, Shout requires the opponent to have a level 7 monster on board, meaning it doesn't work if they just set 3 monsters face down and end their turn. They're gonna have 2 cards in hand, but you're not gonna be able to use Shout. Riv, I completely agree. There is a pretty high chance this is copium. However, we are going to be trying it anyway. Oh, I completely missed Ironoclast saying Thunder the Thunder is having such a fun time in the card art of Clapping Thunder. And I agree. It is a cute little art. I think this should be game number 3. Psychics are playable from testing. Recycling the Mystic Dealer can go crazy. Alright, we will definitely give it a shot. Dingus, what skill were you using? Oh, the new one. Right. Never mind. I am stupid. I was thinking like, oh, you can use new cards in Psychic Drive or Climax Beat. But we're literally unlocking a new skill right now. Though I do also want to try Climax Speed again. My opinion on the guard. I think the card is kind of nuts. Oh, thank you, BenX, for the subscription. By the way, if BenX, if there's, I offer the same thing to YouTube and Twitch subscribers. If you want a specific video made, as like a reward for subscribing, feel free to DM me on Discord, and I'll make a deck profile or whatever you want as a short video. Alright, so Dingus says, holding back is probably better than the current skills, which is entirely possible. And then I don't think I ever actually answered. Riv, I think the guard is probably not that good. It's useful against the Royal Bubble deck specifically. But I'd rather actually have my trap cards protect my monsters. Of course, if it is like a tier 0 Royal Bubble format, not taking 5 billion damage to the face is important. But other than that, it just doesn't seem as useful as something like, say, a Recital. Generically. We apparently have a leftover Thunder deck on Roman. So we are going to go ahead and clear that one out for the new skill. Beat of the Superstar. 1400 or more are psychic monsters. Add a level 2 psychic type effect monster with 500 or less attack to the hand. Okay. So first, we ignore the psychic monsters and we add in 3 S. Well, we're also adding this. Wait, no, this is for the other deck. Essel. 1000 somewhere. We could also try running this engine, which would be funny. I'll do it just so I don't forget about it. And then we go to Psychics. I think Esperade is okay. Prima Guitarist is probably the main boss monster. And then a Guitarist. To some degree. Should be useful. We want the Roman pick, and they want us to add Future Diviner back with the skill. I think the other target is like literally just Dream Drummer. Because it has to be 500 or less. So let's add as many monsters as we can that are recyclable with the skill. Speed of Reformer seems okay. Anything else worth adding? I mean, we have the 1500s as well. Then we go to Spell and Traps. Stardom Light is a consideration. And then, Shield and Sword. Cyclones. Widespread Ruin. And you know what? Actually, the guard might be good in this deck, since we're already paying so many life points to do things. Okay, so then now let's think about what we actually want to run in the deck. Oh wait, is it only effect monsters? It is only effect monsters. So do we cut out Stardom Light? Because we are going to be gaining advantage anyway with our skill. I think that's a potential play. And that would save us a ton of the slots we needed to cut. Down to 33. Dream Drummer and Future Diviner are our skill targets. Essel, just a generically good card, though it doesn't really work with Ghost Cyclone. So maybe we don't run a ton of these. And then we are running a lot of high-level monsters. Aspirate is pretty conditional. But is Prima Katana even better than a Giftarist? I think we'll have to go 2-2-2 and see how it feels. 2-2-2 is probably not the correct amount for each of them, but it is going to be worth as a starting point. And then as we play, we would go ahead and test which ones are better, which ones are worse. Do I have the Psychic back row? I do. I just think Ghost Cyclone is a better card. That said, we might actually cut out on the Ghost Cyclones as well and see how this feels. The idea is, even if we get hit by a Widespread Ruin, we have guards to protect us from taking too much damage. This is definitely a little bit of a rough list, but it is a start. I think it's worth seeing how this holds up. Riff says the guard is going to carry recycling the Romantic, and we are up against a Yuga. And if they are on a maximum overload, the guard will immediately be almost completely useless. Right, so recycling Speedy Performer is actually a pretty strong play, as it's going to be able to get treated off a second time, as long as we draw a third low level monster. And of course they are indeed on overload. They set 2 monsters and they have 2 back row. What are the odds of the Widespread Ruin hitting us on the very first turn? And we are already in hangry mode, right from the start. Dream Drummer doesn't seem that important. Okay. So how do I want to sequence this? I think we go 1, 2, 3, Speedy Performer, boost here. Oh, and we actually mill Diviner, but we already know what we're doing with our turn, so the Diviner isn't that useful. I could gain 500 life points. Oh, but I can't because they don't have any monsters in the graveyard, so never mind. Bring in the Giftarist. Activate the skill. And then we can get any of these back. I think I picked the Speedy Performer again. Summon it onto the board. Activate the effect, and boost the Giftarist this time. Not that it really matters. As now I'm beating off 4 Prima Gatarna. Though, do I want to get in for damage instead? I mean, if I'm playing against Overlord, it doesn't really matter. are good to just go into battle and try to clear out the board. Let's see, they do have the widespread. So maybe I should have attacked this one first, since that is the one set by the skill. And now I'm pretty sure we just blow up. Summons a magician and some other monsters inflicts 1 billion damage. Yeah, and Ansler was the other card, so we definitely should have attacked it last turn. And now we are low enough where a maximum summon just ends our lives. Alright, we draw a ton of Diviners. But Diviner does require us to have a level 7 on the board. So, what do we go with? I mean, we can mill more to try to get the Romantic, but getting Romantic in the graveyard doesn't actually do anything. I guess we'll just boost this. Then, Diviner. Then we normal summon. And we're gonna add back something if we want to. The thing is, we might just want to set a monster here. Like, we could risk the Diviner to draw an extra card and see if we get another high-level monster. But if we whiff the high-level, we are stuck with a 1500 attack point monster on the board, which seems pretty awful. So we're gonna gift Taurus, set this, and then do we even want to bring a card back to hand? Because we aren't gonna be able to use it. I think we just go into battle. Clear out an Ansler and one of these sorcerers. It is potentially worth adding some more spell and trap cards to the deck, since if we're able to draw a card with the Diviner, well, no, we have to discard. Alright, and they get the maximum anyway. So, that is game. That's already lethal without activating any effects. But even after this, I do want to test Climax Beat as well. And Johanna says, one Ramon pick is crippling Psychic heavily. Absolutely. If the deck actually had access to a ton of Ramon picks, I think it would be pretty good. Unfortunately, if we had a ton of Ramon picks, it would need to be hit by the Limit 3 bat, as it is the strongest advantage engine in the game. You would absolutely see players just running Psychic aggro all day long. Welcome, Jordan. So I could bring in a boss monster here. I could also mill to set up for a Ramon pick later. Do I summon a boss? They are probably playing another Psychic deck, which means if I ended on a lone Esperado, it would actually be pretty funny. But no, I think we just go with the set 3 pass, and we'll rely on our skill to unbrick us next turn. Our duels are going poorly. However, we have yet to play with the Royal Rebels, which I think is going to be easily the best of the 3 new decks. And we also haven't actually tested the zombie engine or anything. We see a pure zombie deck. Well, probably not pure. But let's see what they go for. Alright, we are drawing, and we actually have multiple monsters on board already. Flip up the Speedy Performer. And we can use the effect if we want to. I think generally getting things into the graveyard is probably a good idea. Oh, wait, but I could also just summon a level 7 first. But I want to be able to add it back as well. You know what? We are going to go ahead and mill. And then we can... Silent Assassin. Summon the Guitarist. Activate the skill. And we get the Speedy Performer back. And then we can Diviner. Diviner lets us get rid of this Ghost Cyclone. If we want to. But I don't think we do. Let's just ditch the Dream Drummer. And then we give Taurus to boost the attack. Esperade coming in over these two. And then we can set the Speedy Performer. Set and set. And then we pass it over. Yeah, we definitely run Essel in Psychics, I think. I think we absolutely would send monsters to the graveyard. Because imagine just, there is a lot of high roll potential, basically. A lone monster. This is where Stardom Light and the Vanillas would come in handy. Like, I don't think there's anything actually worth doing this entire turn. Like, if we had a vanilla monster, we could theoretically summon another Guitarist and then bring in a 1500. But that just seems not worth it. Let's just battle. Russo says, need to lose life points to OTK with the new boss monster. That is fair. But I don't think I want to intentionally Prima Guitarna myself low, either. So I'm not sure what we would run. I could put in the Amizi Performers, but they don't have a, but they have 800 attack, which means you can't add them with the skill. Alright, they summon their own Prima Guitar, and here comes a Stardom Light with the zombie engine. That's pretty cute. I actually quite like this. We were considering it ourselves. Alright, we see a bunch of boosted Prima Guitarnas, and unfortunately, the guard doesn't do anything for us. However, we do have our own boss monsters already ready to go. So, let's Dream Drummer, Speed Performer, Prima Guitarna, Flip Performer, and boost Prima. Then we add back with the skill. And I think we are just looking for a 1500. We draw another guard. I'm okay without that. Let's go ahead and bring in a gift Taurist. Is this lethal? There's no way. Okay, so we're gonna set the Speedy Performer. Do we use Prima Guitarna's effect? That would put us pretty low. And it would be worth 1200 damage. We'd be at 2k. And their own Prima Guitarnas would be pretty threatening, I feel like. But they could be on Severing Psychic Wall. I'm gonna go for it. And then there's a really high chance we get punished. Looks like they have a recital, which is quite concerning, as now they're going to be able to boost up their monsters, and that's 900 damage. Another boss is probably also around 900 damage. Rafflesia, this is a very experimental list. I would not suggest actually running these 30. I feel like Esperade is probably a little bit awkward, unless we have more ways to get ourselves to the right amount of life points. I do think Essel is good. I'm not convinced about the guard. Alright, we have a shield and sword, but we don't have a boss monster. Disaster. I would love to summon a boss monster and then just run over them. How many bosses do we have left in the deck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's only one more boss monster in my entire deck, and we are running dangerously low on cards. This diviner feels very unlikely to actually work. Is there a better way for me to boost that? Wait, hold on. If I go shield and sword, silent assailant, boost, set, and then do we just go to defense mode? It feels silly, but I think we do. No, I'd rather get in for the 900. Battle, and see if this works. And it actually does. We win against Hanan, another name I definitely recognize. I will send them the nice. I was a little concerned about the Widespread Ruin, of course. But it turns out they didn't have it. Seems like a pretty straightforward opening turn. Unfortunately, our opponent is on an archive skill, and if they are playing the Harpy Ladies, we are going to be getting our monsters flipped with incredible speed. You could actually argue for keeping the Ramon pick in hand, as then we would get some damage coming in and be able to use the effect. And we even do have a guard to protect us. Alright, they send a Fiend monster. And a Genie Fire Breath. This is definitely a bit of a weird list. Looks like they are pretty Fiend heavy. But I really have no idea what they're running. It is Harpies. They just hate Ghost Cyclone, apparently. Hysteric Force, gonna be opening one of our monsters real quick. On the plus side, Essel is not able to actually destroy any of these. So we keep a monster going into our turn. Welcome, Saul. So, how do we want to do this? I mean, we could try to just beat over the Harpy Lady Sisters with our shield and sword, but we could also try to save it for later. We have the Esperade, but our life points are not nearly low enough. Do we want to use the Diviner? I feel like probably. The question is whether or not we want to use shield and sword as well. I don't think it's really worth it here. So let's just throw this down. Dream Drummer. Peace Holder. And we use the Dream Drummer. we're going to send back the Roman pick because it is not level 2, so we can't add it back with the skill. And then we're going to turn off a potential King's Majesty by returning their Fiend monster into the deck. I would like to gain some life. The Future Diviner would theoretically let us draw a card. But I don't think we even want to use the skill at all. We just summon the 1500 and start battling. Maybe I should have used the Shield and Sword so I'd be able to clear the full board. This could be a counter Pigeons, but it's not. Okay. We can pass here. Welcome, Travis. Alright, looks like they are once again setting up King's Majesty. They are very heavy on the Fiends. Now, I do have 2 guards face down. Potentially, it is correct to actually keep a card in hand and try to let them lower my life points to below 1,000, so I can swing in with Esparades directly. Cyberdeck Alligator, actually not able to clear this Esparade unless they choose to crash, but I think they'll go for the 1,000 damage instead. Makes a lot more sense. How many Fiends do they have in the graveyard? They have 2 this time, so our Dream Drummer is not going to be able to use the effect. Unless we use it twice, which is way funnier. Okay, summon this and Peaceholder. Activate effect. Let us send our own Peaceholder back into the deck. And we will shuffle away Descendant of Titans. We gain a little bit of life points. And restart the music. Okay. Then we are summoning Giftarist. Activate the skill to give us another Dream Drummer, if we want to be silly. Or maybe the Future Diviner. Yeah, I think Diviner makes sense. We want to get rid of one of these cards in hand. And then we can mill with Giftarist. Alright, and now we can battle. Let's try swinging here. Now, I could have Dream Drummered and turned off King's Majesty. But I don't know, this seems fine. Oh, that is pretty bad. Okay. We'll try again. And they have another trap card. But they let it through. Alright, let's pass it over. And now, here is where Paco gets to see whether or not the guard saves us. We have 2 of them face down. We should be taking a ton of damage this turn from them clearing our board. So as long as we're able to get to the point where we are actually being attacked directly without dying, then it'll be okay. Realistically, this Future Diviner probably should not be face up. Alright, they are ditching a Recital. And we know the card on the left is a trap of some variety. Alright, they are getting more back row. And this is it. Okay. We are going to use our guard here to prevent 1,300 damage. Let us return a boss monster into the deck. Now, theoretically, we actually could have taken the 1,300 so that a Prima Katana would put us below 1,000 and potentially let us combo with Prima Katana plus... wait, okay. I think we do Shield and Sword here, as we are trying to get some wacky cards ready to go. And now we're going to do what we call the Triple Wife Special. SL Mills. And then SL Mills more. And then Essel comes in and is going to do a little bit of milling. And then we summon Giftarist. 1, 2. Then we summon out Romanpic. And we do a little bit of milling. And then we do a little bit of milling. And we add a card to our hand. We still did not find a single Primogatarna in all of that. Which is a little bit impressive, all things considered. Add Esperade to hand. Then activate the skill. And we are going to add just a Speedy Performer. Tribute Summon. So we probably actually should have taken this Harpy Lady's attack. Though realistically, I am expecting them to have a Wide Spot of Everyone face down at this point. We only have 5 cards left in the deck. But we don't need to mill anymore. We'll draw all 5 cards next turn and try to win the game. Set Speedy Performer. And battle. Let's see if this works. Esperade can still get in for a full 2,500 until, of course, they Fiend's Majesty us, or King's Majesty. Oh, it's only a barrier. Much, much less threatening than just about any other trap they could have pulled out here. Alright, and let's pass it over. Yep, Stan, 5 cards left in the deck. They might actually choose to try getting a little wacky with it and sending 3 monsters in defense mode. If they do, we might actually have a way to trigger our Esperade. Since we know we do have 2 Primogatarnas left in our deck. My Hysteric Force is coming in. And I have a Talismanic Seal Array for huge damage. And we have 3 high-level monsters in the deck still. That is probably a little bit problematic. Do we have any spells or traps? I think we do. I think we don't have enough low-level monsters. I'm pretty sure we're gonna brick on the final cards. Oh wait, I get to return 3 monsters into the deck. So, hold on. This might be okay. Let's get some low-level monsters for sure. Do we just want 1500s? I guess that seems right to me. Right, and then we get a bunch of monsters plus Primogatarnas. So we Peaceholder. Peaceholder number 2. Then we aren't actually able to use Primogatarna's effect. So it's definitely the worst of our available options. Okay, so I think we Romanpic here. And we're gonna add back Esperade. Is Esperade the right one? I actually don't even know. Giftarist would have more attack points. And we know they're running Recital. So if we pop 2, we could run into a Recital and then lose. So instead we are picking Giftarist for the extra attack points. Tribute 1 and 2. Oh wait, this requires sending a card to the graveyard. I forgot about that. That's okay. Speedy Performer. And I don't think this is enough. Well, actually it might be. Alright, let's see if this works. And they have a trap. Which I think is going to... Yeah, that is so going to end it. I don't think adding the Esperade would have mattered at that point. We didn't have a way to remove the back row. I will send them the nice. And we didn't have enough... Oh, huh. If I didn't use the Roman pick, we theoretically could have gotten back a Dream Drummer to go up to 1100 life. And then we would have been able to use one Prima Guitarna. So maybe it was wrong to use the Roman pick at all. It would have also kept a few more cards in the deck. And the Prima Guitarnas would go up to 3100, which would have been enough to KO. Okay, interesting. Yep, Dimitriana says the same thing. I could have used Dream Drummer. But I think I would have wanted to use the Dream Drummer to actually use a Prima Guitarna, rather than using the Guitarist. That was 3 games with this one. Let's try a Climax Beat build. Up next is more Psychics. Accidentally misclicked on Yuga. So the reason I want to try this deck is because we got the new End All. So we go over to Psychics. And this card is able to get 2 Climax Finales back onto the board, which seems pretty strong to me. We are gonna add some Esperades. Wait, Esperade can't be used in this deck. The entire point of triggering a bunch of Climax Finales is to be able to use Esperade's effect. But they said no. I guess we will go with some Folder Blitz then. As we are going to be burning ourselves as much as possible. Let's get rid of the Guitarists. We will be running Future Diviners. And then anything else. It'll be funny if we use the Amusing Performers. And this requires the level 2 normals. It does. Okay. So we are going to be playing a little bit of Climax Finale Turbo. And seeing how that does for us. I think this is going to be quite bad. But we will try it anyway. Oh, welcome, Panda. I definitely did have fun in the festival. I'm waiting to see how I actually ended up doing, though. I feel like it could be anywhere from top 30 or top 40 to not even in the top 100. How are you doing, Panda? And what did you end up with as your final score? I know we played against each other at least once during the event. So we have this. And then we want to keep a card in hand. I think we will keep the End All, because it's very funny. and we'll see what this archive skill Roa does. And with a little over 42k. Oh, so we are on pretty similar scores. I hope we both managed to make it. I was also on 42. It's so weird though. Like, every single number from like 30 to 100 were all in the 42,000 range. It was an incredibly tight bound. Okay, so Ramon pick only works if we actually do lose some life points. So here's the plan. We're gonna summon Silent Assailant. And then we're gonna activate our skill, setting Climax Finale from the deck. Then we Climax Finale. To boost this. And we summon End All. And then we Climax Finale again. Then we End All, sending this to the graveyard. And we set 2 more Climax Finales from our graveyard. And now we've lost life points, so we can Ramon pick. And then we can add back another monster, but unfortunately we did not find any bosses. We did find all 3 copies of Future Diviner though. Adding back is mandatory, so I am picking the End All. And then, I guess we just hope not to die. Unfortunately, they have a trap. They let it through. And yes, after this Roa defeats my deck, we can check. Alright, they are on Thunder the Thunder. And when our life points get low, we aren't able to Climax Finale. Not that it matters. We are playing this very poorly. Welcome to Fallen. You have caught us in the middle of playing the worst decks we can possibly build. And we're playing very aggressively. And by that I mean poorly. The festival is done, so we aren't taking it quite as serious. Anything in the box worth trying for. If you're just gonna one-trick Cybers. I don't believe so. Both of the Cybers decks lock you out of the new the new Zombie engine. So you are good. The guard is fine, but I don't think you really need to spend thousands of gems on it. You can save up and kind of see where things go. Bum 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 bum. I think we're up against Silicone Boss. Yes. So we have fought this player before, but I don't remember what they're on. Given it is a Roa, presumably it is gonna be the new skill, I guess. They start with a set 3, and we have nothing of note. We get a little wacky with it. And there is a chance these are 0 defense monsters. What could possibly go wrong? It actually works. The Walk Kiss clears a monster. Oh, sorry, I completely forgot to go check the Thunder list. I will try to remember after this one. And we will see what they are running. They have a phaser. And then Hell Tuning Invasion. So this isn't the new one. They are just running phaser to get their monsters back, I guess. But they are in defense mode. Is there a reason my opponent did not attack? I am not sure. Silent Assailant and Silent Assailant. And then we Climax Finale. We boost this one. And then 1800, and then we're gonna have 5 the next time. Because these two are gonna be gone. But we could actually send another one to the graveyard. No, this puts one back. Never mind. So I think we Climax Finale again. And then we boost Silent Assailant number 2. Then we end all. And then we activate the effect. And we send you to the grave. And we set both of them again. Set another card, yes. And that puts us at 5, which would tie. I'd really like a way to get another monster to the grave. But I don't think we have it. Unfortunately. Even if we Monster Reincarnation, we don't have another card for the end all to trigger off of. And this puts a card back, which is not what we want. If the end all didn't require us to discard, we could send another one, but that doesn't work. Wait, we can summon a level 2. Okay. We're gonna Monster Reincarnation. And send this for this. And then we Climax Finale again. And then we Climax Finale a 4th time. So now that one's high enough. Then we normal summon a Walk Kiss. And then we activate the skill. And we set another Climax Finale. And then we activate Climax Finale again. And we'll boost this one. Battle. And we swing in after resolving 5 Climax Finales in a single turn. They have the Curry Bot. Fortunately for us, the Walk Kiss is good against heavy metal. And even a Shadow Buyer plus Invasion turn is only 3,500. So we should be okay. Here comes Invasion. And they swing in for 2,300. The issue here is that we can't use our Climax Finales if our life points are low. Which I think is kind of just a game ender here. We don't have a single boss monster. Even if we set a Climax Finale and gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 800 life, or 800 attack, that's not nearly enough for any of these to do anything. So instead, we are setting our board. And passing over. They have another boss monster, and that is going to be game. Definitely not anything we can do against the full might of their board. And this is about as good as I thought the Climax Beat deck would be. Obviously, it is not refined. Maybe we need ways to gain life, so we can use even more Climax Finales. So if we get the Chemicure red and blue in the future, I think it would be worth revisiting this deck. For now, though, I think it's time we try unlocking Roa. And then, we need to win with only Fiend monsters. So we're gonna go here and take out the cards like Essel. Looks like Essel is the only non-Fiend. So that works out. Let's use Archfiend Soldier if we can. Oh, I have a Summon Skull. Filter for Fiend. And let's just add in a couple of monsters. We are replacing this deck list once we unlock the new skill, so it's not a huge thing to think about. But first, let us get that Thunder deck list. King of Games, and here we go. They were on 6 bosses. 3 Essel, 3 Duckbill. However, rather than go for the Pluggyfish tack, they are actually all in on debuffs. 3 Blast Draws, 2 Thunder the Thunder, and just 1 copy of Clapping Thunder. But they also have a Talismanic Seal Array. Definitely a pretty solid list. They go for the spell trap removal. And while I would be worried about this deck's Royal Rebel matchup, I think against the rest of the field, this is solid. Keep in mind, Thunder the Thunder, on the surface, seems a lot weaker than a card like Blast Draws, or even just a Light Sorcerer of Sanctity. However, discarding a card can actually be useful if you draw 2 level 7 monsters and can't summon both of them. As it will let you thin out your hand and get those extra draws next turn. Either you'll draw more boss monsters, or maybe you'll find a Duckbill, which can then get back the monster you discarded with the Thunder anyway. Chip to the Doomed is a similar case. Shield and Sword is a more powerful card in a vacuum, I believe. However, if the deck often finds itself with hands where you just need to be able to ditch a card to play everything cleanly, Chip to the Doomed can get in big value. Talismanic Seal Array, of course, very strong, and then the new card is another debuff. With a very conditional draw 1. You can see they are pretty heavy on the Thunder monsters, with just Essel and Vorse Raider being non-Thunders. Overall, a solid deck. Let's claim some NPC wins so we can build the new deck. We're gonna unlock it, and then I'm gonna go take a quick water break. And then we'll start playing with the new deck. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Game number 1 is down. It looks like I missed a couple of messages. Rebecca says, drawing multiple boss monsters in Thunder, no chance. So true. It would never happen. And then Plus Minus said that even though this is a Thunder's deck with no limit 3s, it has no room for the limit 3 trap. Or maybe you were talking about Psychics. I mean, I guess I could run call the Earthbound if you really wanted to, in either of the decks. It is a tech for the Magnum Overlord matchup, which does actually come up. Magnum Overlord was probably the second or third most common deck in the festival, first being Royal Rebels, and then either Harpy or Aggro or Thunder. Kind of all three of those saw some play. And if you want to be beating Magnum Overload, then Call of the Earthbound is a solid pick, as it lets you not have to worry about going in for as much damage as you can get. I could see it making a case for using it over Recital. Yeah, Riv, I agree that Harpy does fall off as you get higher up the ladder, but I was still seeing it fairly consistently even past the 30,000 mark, I feel like. It definitely became less common, but it was still there. Or maybe I'm just conflating Harpies and Thunder as the same deck, because it was just, oh, hey look, archive skill. I'm not sure. I definitely think Harpy players were not flooding the top 10, or even the top 50, but sometimes you would get queued against them anyway. And that should be the skill unlocked. Let's go ahead and triple check. Triple check Thunder. And there we go, we have gotten the Roa skill, which means we are going to take a quick break for water, snacks, etc. And then we will be back to build and play Death Doom Requiem. And we are back. Let's go ahead and double check the skill requirements. Death Doom Requiem. We can only use fiends except for level 4 monsters. Okay, and it seems pretty straightforward. We are just playing a rebel deck after that. So let's start with the all-important Essel. Once we can find it. There we go. And then, Fiend monsters. We actually don't mind having as many high-level monsters as possible in the deck, as the skill can let us bring out 2 of them at once. Then we're gonna need Shadow Buyer, so we can have another option to get to those level 5 monsters. Similarly, I think Palace Gargoyle should be good. These really only synergize with the heavy metal, but that's okay. Now do we want to run a Rocker? Rocker would give us an out to recycle these monsters and trigger the skill. However, if we are using Invasion or Doom Metal, there's a really good chance we can't actually do any damage. So we're destroying all of the monsters they have face up. And then Rocker would prevent us from attacking directly at all. So how does this deck deal with a set 3 pass situation if 4 levels Invasion is necessary for summoning with the skill? I guess that's why we need to run the Gargoyle and the Shadow Buyer. Of course we need Cobalt Kobold, and I think we're gonna go with a couple of 0 attack monsters as well. Close this. We definitely need Widespread Ruin and King's Majesty. And then as for the spells, we are going to run Monster Reincarnation, since this deck seems like it would be very bricky. Anything else? Maybe some Ghost Cyclones would be nice. So if we get 2 of them, then we need to take out 3 cards. But all of these seem so important to the deck. I really don't want to just get rid of the Gargoyle entirely. But it seems like that might be the only card worth cutting. Well, maybe we can get rid of the Curry Bot, as the skill does let us cheat out some of our monsters. We're gonna try it without Curry Bot and see how it goes. But this list feels pretty tight. I guess only one way to find out is to play. What are my thoughts on the new box? It's weird. I don't think the psychic stuff really matters that much. They were already a really bad deck, so a couple of new cards isn't going to massively change it. The Thundered support is also kind of awkward. Gazelle is probably worse than Piercing Samurai. And the spell card requires you to already not be bricking, rather than actively helping you unbrick, which I feel is what the spell card should be doing. Like, if the spell card was something like discard a Thunder monster from your hand and draw 2 cards, it'd be really good without the debuff. And then we're gonna find out whether Doom Metal is good or not right now. Yeah, Vaiga put it pretty succinctly. We don't brick as often as we're able to just bring in monsters with the new skill. But now we don't really have a ton of ways to get through the opponent just setting monsters again. So we will find out how this goes. We've opened a double Shadow Buyer plus Gargoyle hand, but we are going first. So I think we are just gonna go ahead and set a bunch of cards. It's quite possible they are going to flip over this stuff and blow it up, but that is okay. They could also be on the news. Oh wait, I completely forgot to put this card in. I am missing a very important card. This needs to be in the deck. so they do just walk over my monsters. But that's fine. They do have 2 level 4 lower monsters on the board, but we actually don't have a way to deal with the heavy metal right now. Until we draw into doom metal. I guess we are gonna go in with Death Doom Requiem. Activate skill. And we summon out you. And you. We bring in Royal Rebels Doom Metal. And blow up the board, inflict 1600 damage, set Shadowbuyer. Shadowbuyer is going to put back... Oh wait, they don't have any face-up monsters. I messed up. I should have used this before activating the effect of the Doom Metal. Just because recycling a boss monster is a great idea, whenever you can. Maybe the new support is for the incoming nerf on Hell Tuning Invasion. It's entirely possible. Alright, my opponent is summoning normally. Oh, wait, I also forgot Phaser. I completely forgot both of the other new cards when building this deck. I'm going to be immediately changing this up, pretty significantly. I think Phaser is a great include over the Gargoyle. Here comes Heavy Metal, but it's not that good. If I can land a second Doom Metal here, we just win the game. We draw the cards, but not the level 7s, which is pretty fair. We can go Cyclone, and might as well. Given we did draw the Widespread Ruin. Normal summon, and we are going to hang on for a turn, rather than bringing in the Doom Metal at all. We could just summon it in defense mode if we really wanted to, but that seems like a poor decision. Let's just clear out this, and try to hang on for one more turn. This one does actually have a defense stat, so it's not too bad to put down. However, it does just still get blown up by an opposing Doom Metal if they find it. And it would have also made the Shadowbuyer level 7, which would be a huge issue. Oh, but it looks like they are actually bringing in an invasion. Potentially. 2 level 6 monsters would be a perfect setup. And here it is. Ready to blow up my board. Fortunately, we do now have the Widespread Ruin to prevent us from losing here. Otherwise, we would have been taking exactly 4,800 damage, which would have, of course, ended the game. We draw a Cobalt and another Cyclone. I suppose we should start with the Cyclone. Destroy this, and then we just win. We don't need to do anything fancy at all. Just bring in our monsters and walk over. Battle, and we swing. So, even though we were running what is almost certainly a worse version of this deck, we were able to win the game. I will send them a nice, and I'm gonna say it's because we got to go first. That is almost always a huge advantage. But anyway, I think it is time for us to go into the deck builder and change things up. Deck editor. Gargoyle is being removed. And filter by Fiend. Phaser is being added. Then, the other card of importance is Rogue of Archfiend. But what do we even take out? I mean, we could have removed the Babysitter Goat engine and then put in like a guard or something. I'm okay with that. And since we still want to have some protection, we'll put this in. And we'll see how this works out. Let's duel. Is Ghost Cyclone even needed with the Trapper Shell? You know what? That is actually a really good point. We could just remove the Ghost Cyclones. We will do that after this game. Oh, and they are on a 4-win streak, presumably with Harpy Lady Sisters. Okay. We are going second. We've drawn a couple too many trap cards, but we also have an Essel. And Essel is always welcome. Turn 1. Or 2, I suppose. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. However, while I was not paying attention, they apparently tribute set to monsters. Set, and then tribute set. So this one is a pet dragon, which we don't really have a way to deal with. I think we just Essel immediately and see what we can find. We're bringing out the Kana. Then setting you. Summoning Heavy Metal. I guess I could have brought in the Harpy Lady, but since I'm not able to clear the opposing pet dragon, it did not seem worth it. Alright, let us pass it over and see what they do. Okay, let's draw and see what we get. Still no real ways to deal with set 3, which, like we said, is an issue compared to Hell Tuning Invasion. And we could choose to bring in another monster if we really feel like it. And I mean, I think it does make sense to establish more presence. Let's go ahead, summon the invasion. Followed by you. And we battle. Now the issue here is, do I actually just lose the game? As we have no outs in our entire deck, to the opponent having just a random guy set, which is very funny. Alright, so they are potentially making a play here. Essel, but why? What are they trying to mill? Alright, Harpy Lady Sisters, this makes sense. But are they going to actually start attacking? Or are they just playing the sisters and swinging in with the one monster? I think they are just attacking with the sisters. Oh no, they do flip it up. I guess we will Widespread of Ruin. Destroying the other monster. And then Widespread of Ruin also means the pet dragon dies, which is an awful play for my opponent. Wow. We'll go ahead and save that. Oh, Shakeable Pilot has a good point. I can switch the monster into attack mode, or into face up, simply by swinging in with the heavy metal. And then the Doom metal would have been able to destroy it. That is a really good point. I was like, we don't have a way to get over the monster, which is true. We can't boost above 2500, but this destroys all face-up monsters, even if they are in defense mode. Yeah, I think the Hell Tuning Invasion skill is definitely quite strong. But we are here for the new shiny objects. Oh wait, I was supposed to take out the Cyclones. But who knows, maybe it'll pay off this game. Yeah, Shakeable Pilot says that there's a pretty low chance Hell Tuning is still playable a few weeks from now, after they announce whatever ban list they are planning on bringing in. So here comes the Ghost Cyclone. We'll draw a card. Alright, and we get a heavy metal. But we don't have a level 5 or higher. This only works if we already have a different boss monster. So we're gonna continue to dig. And we get some Rogue of Archfiends. We have no idea what my opponent is playing. So while we could summon the heavy metal, if this is a Thunder player, we'd probably want to just swing in with the two 1200s. And save this for later. Oh, but it is a Harpy player. We could be in some danger. They have a Recital too. But of course, we are unable to clear. Oh, Shakeable Pilot, the exact same thing happened to me. However, I wasn't super upset about it. I just ended up buying the bundle anyway. Because it's not like we usually get that much rush content, where we need the gems anyway. Alright, and unfortunately, they draw the one card immune to Widespread Ruin in the deck. So we are forced to just sit here and have our board destroyed. Yep, completely Konami's fault, for sure. Alright, here we go. And a Doom Medal. Unfortunately, wait, this does go up to level 7. Very interesting. I mean, that works for me. Let's get these rogues back into the deck. And then we choose how we want to do this. I can just keep the heavy metal around again. I still can't attack because we use Shadow Buyer, but that's okay. We'll get some damage in, and even if they widespread us in return, we should be relatively safe. Let's go ahead and set this face down, and swing. Alright, so their only trap card is a Recital. We need to make sure we keep that in mind. CO2 said, thought the new pickup box is coming today. It already came out. It says, invasion to limit 3. I don't know. The reason I don't like that is because... Actually, no. Yeah, if they limit 3 invasion, this deck is not playable either. Because in order for the skill to work, you need to have both a heavy metal and an invasion in this hand. For it to do, like, what it's supposed to. And if you have both of them on limit 3, it just is not going to function. And the new boss doesn't really work with Hell Tuning Invasion since it only makes the monsters level 5. I still think there's a chance Invasion gets hit to limit 2, but 3 would just completely kill the deck. So I'm hoping that's not what happens. Oh, alright, and they had a Cyclone to destroy my Widespread Ruin. Which is fine, I suppose. They clear the board, but we still have a chance to wipe them here. Making this go once per duel. I think if they were gonna make anything once per duel, it would be the switching their monsters to attack mode part. So we can do metal. This seems really convenient. Monster reincarnation, sending this, adding this, activate skill. Special summon. Special summon. Normal summon. Burn. Normal summon. Activate effect. And then swing. That was literally a perfect hand. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Why does Hell Tuning Invasion switch our own monsters to attack mode? I feel like that's not really that necessary. But they definitely could change Hell Tuning to turn off the synergy with Heavy Metal destroying the maximums if they wanted to. I think it was obviously an intentional addition at first, but it is meant to be an invasion skill and not a Heavy Metal skill. So I could see that being the case. And I don't think it would come up that often. I mean, it does apply pretty heavily in the Rebels matchup. In the Overload matchup, since you have the King's Majesty to blank their attack with the maximum. And then you'd probably have to start running a card like Talismanic Seal Array if you wanted to not lose when the maximum comes down. Right, I forgot to take out the Cyclones again. Which I suppose is fine. Let's flip and flip. And then, I guess we thin. Yeah, this hand is fine. We'll summon the Heavy Metal, bring in the 2 rogues, and I don't really care if they do widespread us here, as we are still kind of just playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't think they would OTK us. And I'm not gonna give up the rogue for free when I can force them to have the widespread to clear a monster. And exactly, it pays off. We get in for 2,400. And let's pass it on over. Oh, welcome, coach. I did know your set was the recital. Are you running any copies of the guard? Because I didn't think to play around it. I did see from the hourglass icon that you had a recital earlier. So I was trying to play around it. If they change the reduction from 4 levels to 3 levels, then invasion doesn't work on opposing level 8 boss monsters. Which I feel is, I don't think they're going to want to do anything that nerfs how invasion works in the deck. Since, much like Dragonic Resonance with Slayer, the skill is designed to enable invasion. Okay. What do we have here? A pretty strong hand, I think. Weaken Reincarnation. And we will get rid of the guard to bring back our own invasion. Then we activate skill. And we have to bring out invasion for free. We don't need to bring in any other monsters. As next, we are activating Doom Metal. We're just going to destroy Jargius. And inflict some damage. And we have to fill out the field as well. That face-down monster should fall to Archfiend Soldier. Once again, not worried about widespread ruin. And this is why the 1200 monster is much better than the field spell, because it is able to just be a monster and get in for damage. Still don't have the guard need to grind. That is fair. Change the Ghost Cyclone. Thank you. Okay, Cyclones are out. But what comes in? I mean, we could just do more Gargoyles. Again. I suppose. Or that's 2 slots we could get towards Currybot. But I feel like Currybot doesn't do much when you can special summon your monsters anyway. We could start towards a Fiend's Majesty engine if we cut another 2 cards, but everything in the list seems really strong. So I'd be pretty hesitant to do that either. So then the other question would be, is there a different level 4 monster? We could be running, Gazelle, but we have a limit 3 already. Lightswork of Sanctity, but I only own 1, and we're trying to destroy all of their monsters anyway. Piercing Samurai as a way to get through those set 3 boards. And this is the first thing that is actually kind of sounding appealing. I might go for this. But, I mean, the Gargoyles are also pretty strong. I don't think the skill allows Torna, which would be a huge synergy. Yeah, only level 4s. I mean, we could also run like a Stop Defense or a Pierce, but that seems pretty low value. So it's either Gargoyle or Samurais. And I'm just gonna go like this for now. We might need to end up cutting Guard plus Gargoyle, and then putting in a Majesty engine, if maximum decks like Overlord become popular. So it could be an issue, as we get later on. Curious how Rebels is going to be run in order for Doom Metal to work, and glad to have it answered. For sure, I'm pretty sure the skill is very much, making it way easier. Yeah, so the zombies. I do think the zombie engine can replace the Aqua engine in just about anything you're running it in. And we open a little bit awkward, but we do get both of our legend cards. So I think we just, set, and then we'll summon the invasion for after, well, hold on, we're playing against a Roa, and we don't really care if we think they are going to clear our board. So if this is the Hell-Tuning invasion deck, then summoning the invasion doesn't do anything for us. But if it's the other Doom Metal player, I guess this is also still bad to summon an invasion out. So we are just keeping it in hand. Alright, they summon a Curry Bot. And then Genie's Fire Breath. We are pretty likely to brick then. And they even find the Wise Bed Ruin. The zombie duelist is Omae no Ushiro. Seat Bastion plays shares. Alright, and here comes a heavy metal. But which one will they attack with? Alright, and they do actually choose to get over our defense mode monster. Sorry, pilot, what did I do? Did I say it weird? Or are you just referencing the show? Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. Alright, we find a phaser. Does that help us? Maybe. We can Essel and try to mill. And we find another Doom Metal. Interesting. I think that does work. Okay. We aren't using this. Actually, we are using the skill. We summon this, and then we phaser. And then we get to level 8. Okay. Death, Doom, Requiem. Special summon you. Select another card. No. Normal summon phaser. Activate effect. And revive Doom Metal. Unfortunately, it's forced into defense mode, but that doesn't matter since Doom Metal is able to be summoned number 2. And then we're gonna go ahead and clear that board. I could swing with the Essel, but we know they're on Babysitter Goats, so I'm not gonna risk it. Let's just go with this. And it is an opposing Essel. We get in for 1,000 for sequencing correctly. Oh, zombies in the machine deck. Are any of them light type? The Aqua Engine does have some extra synergy for being light monsters in that deck, as Amigal requires any 2 light monsters to summon your boss there. I mean, you could run both zombies and Aqua. I know when the deck first came out, I was running both Aquas and the Beast Engine, but Pakachu is another light monster, so it did still have synergy. Alright, we see them activating their own Death Doom Requiem and another Genie's Fire Breath. My Wise Bed Ruin has been returned to hand twice, and they do it again. But I mean, that's not that scary. I think they failed to do anything interesting. With all of those spell trap removals. We do have a Rogue of Archfiend in the grave, which is nice. More importantly, are we able to kind of sack our way to a win? If we were to reincarnate that, we would have 3 low levels. We'd go 1 to summon the heavy metal, pop, and give it immunity. That seems pretty strong. So let's summon you. And then give it a level 5 or higher monster for heavy metal. Absorb their attack and destroy them. Monster Reincarnation, send you. Add back the searchable. Well, I guess not searchable, but the recurable out to Wise Bed Ruin. They could have a guard face down though, and they might. It's Majesty, so they do have a negate. So they managed to survive the turn. I thought we had it for sure, but now they get another chance. Congrats on the King of Games plus minus. Right, Shadow Buyer. That is going to be able to become a level 5 monster for their own heavy metal. Which would mean we would now be losing the game if we didn't have our Widespread Ruin to protect us. Assuming they do bring it in. And of course, it is the one and only heavy metal. Fortunately for us, they do not have a rogue of whatever to protect it from the widespread. And now it's our move. What do we want to bring in? I think we are just trying to kind of set things up. Shadowbuyer is strong here. But they don't have any face-up monsters, so we can't use the effect. As we go like this, and then we just set one of these. And we will tribute summon heavy metal and try to clear the board. Yeah, I do think Overlord is a much easier climb than either Harpies or Thunders. So I can respect your decision there. But I agree, Overlord can be less fun to play. Alright, so my opponent is also getting down to just 7 cards left in deck. So we're gonna have to see what they bring out. Death Doom Requiem can unbrick them. We do see they haven't played that many boss monsters. Only 2 heavy metals are in the graveyard. Compared to us with a bunch of them. And there are 2 monsters. They could be bringing in their own secondary. Oh, it's actually an invasion play. But that isn't able to clear my monster until they Talismanic Seal Ray. And they get me with it. That's also going to put back 4 monsters into the deck, and with only 11 cards, adding 4 boss monsters almost guarantees they'll be able to do it next turn. Which is a little bit scary. Let's see what we can come up with. We get a Phaser, but no other level 7 or higher monsters. Apart from the lone Doom Metal, which I think is going to be busy attacking. So this time, we definitely do want to Shadow Buyer. And we are also putting a card back into our deck. I'm going to pick another Doom Metal. And then we summon. Bring in the Doom Metal. And remember, even if they clear our board, we do have a guard to save us, which is nice. So we want to get in for the damage that we can. There's a chance this is a Babysitter Goat, which would be unfortunate, as I could really use the extra damage. Unfortunately, we are unable to deal the 1200. Let's see what they go for. Hopefully it is a lone boss turn, because it does require 3 cards to use the Doom Metal. Heavy Metal, and then presumably Invasion as well. So far, within the expectations. The question is, what else they are able to bring in? They actually choose Invasion rather than a Doom Metal. Which means, how do they clear my own Doom Metal? Do they have another Talismanic Seal Array? Not what I was expecting. And then a Heavy Metal to try to end the game with a 5,000 attack point swing. Pretty clever sequence. Unfortunately for them, it is not going to work. Unless that last card is something good. But no, it is time to battle. And they choose not to attack. Are they trying to deck me out? Man. Again, we only get 1 boss monster. And none of them are even able to clear this heavy metal. So, I mean, I guess we just set and pass. And we try to see what happens next turn. We also have not seen their widespread ruin, which is an issue since I'm pretty sure we've already used all 3 of our rogues. 1, 2, 3. So they definitely have a live widespread ruin on us. However, they only have a 1 card left in the deck. What is their plan? To not deck out. They might be playing too many cards here. They can't use a Talismanic Seal Array, as we have nothing in attack mode. I think this might be it. All we need to do is end our turn, and the game is over. We're also definitely not going to let them shuffle back a bunch of monsters with stuff like Barrier or the Guard. All we need to do is pass. Correct pilot. We draw 3, and then we end turn. So, my first impressions is that Helltune Invasion is definitely a stronger skill. Since it does everything, including switching the monsters to attack mode. However, this deck doesn't seem too shabby either. And welcome, Manarchist. I know you've been in the chat earlier. Alright, we are up first. And that's an interesting hand. I think we just want to set a couple cards and maybe even summon out one of these heavy metals. And we'll see how it goes. We already have plenty of level 8s. We want to find an invasion or a phaser. So getting one of the heavy metals into the graveyard is not a bad thing. And if they are on Helltuning Invasion, instead of the other skill, maybe being able to maybe being switched to attack mode isn't that bad. Though it does mean, since our other monster is level 4, we would be in a bit of danger anyway. Alright, they're just setting cards. I don't think Guard is worth using here. Oh, we don't even have the monster, so we couldn't use it anyway. Quite interesting. Wait, they had an Essel. But they weren't able to special summon anything. That is unfortunate for them. I think we definitely Death Doom Requiem. We do an invasion, so we're summoning both. Level 8, and level 7. Then we just wipe this board and inflict some extra damage on the way. Activate effect, and then Archfiend Soldier can come in as well. We don't have the, we don't really have a reason to use Phaser here. So let's enter battle. And this time I think we are getting hit by a widespread. No, they let this through. So it might be, just a copy of the Guard to send some monsters back into the deck. Or maybe it is a really bad card. I don't know why they wouldn't have activated it that time. 600 means if I resolve another Doom Metal, the game just ends immediately. Or they can't summon any bosses. Alright, they are setting. Here comes Royal Rebels Phaser. And it is indeed Helltuning Invasion. Unfortunately, if they are going for a heavy metal, our Phaser will block it. But if it is an invasion, our Guard will block it. So, let's go ahead and activate guard. And we will one copy of each boss monster into the deck. Alright, we find an invasion. And a monster reincarnation. Does that help us? What would monster reincarnation do for us? We could get, a heavy metal, but we wouldn't be able to use the effect. We don't have anything that's able to boost its level. We'd get a phaser to revive the heavy metal, but again, that doesn't really do anything. Wait, okay, what if we use monster reincarnation? And then activate the skill to special summon the invasion. We would at least be able to clear, but then we wouldn't be able to actually attack. Which is a little bit awkward too. Maybe we just summon the Essel and see what we mill. Another phaser and a shadow buyer. I mean, maybe we just try to stall things out for one turn. That seems okay with me. I mean, like I said, we could clear the invasion, but I'd rather keep the monster reincarnation around for another turn. As, if we're able to draw into a doom metal, I'd want to be able to recover the heavy metal, and then have all three. So I did have an option to end on a heavy metal, and destroy this, but it didn't seem correct to me. Of course, we can lose the game here. If they are able to make a play that makes them immune to my Widespread Ruin, I might take too much damage. This doesn't look like a crazy start, though. Heavy metal coming in. They absorb. And right now, that is 6,000. That is exactly lethal. So if the final card is actually the new thing, we'd be in danger. But they end here. Which means Widespread Ruin is going to put in some work. All we need to do is draw Doom Metal, and we win. We'll inflict 700 damage. Unfortunately, we don't find it. So we can actually also Essel here. As it would give us a chance to mill 2 more cards and try to find it. And that is more than we would get off of the Kobold. So if we Essel mill Doom Metal, we could monster reincarnation and bring it back and then win. So I think it's worth trying. We mill a heavy metal and an invasion. Not quite what I was looking to see. What if I Kobold and then get back a phaser? I could Kobold, summon the invasion. I can set invasion, summon heavy metal, and still attack with the low levels. Yes, that is correct. Okay, we're going for invasion. Death, Doom, Requiem. Set this. We don't choose another card. Then we heavy metal. And try to swing in with the 2 kobolds. Alright, let's see what they got. It is a guard. They just simply didn't choose to use it earlier. Maybe they have another one. And welcome, Reaper. How are you doing today? Alright, unfortunately they have 2 guards. don't think there was anything I could have done about that. And now we are in a little bit of danger. But we're doing what we can. Also, by sending so many monsters back with the guard, I was gonna say they have a chance of having an online ghost cyclone, but that is not the case. They won't get the extra card. Killing me here would be pretty tough, I think. Whoa, I just saw a bunch of chat messages fly in. You can set invasion. Okay, I said that. I feel like, I guess I don't treat summon as much anymore. What do I say instead? Or do I just not say anything? Reaper. Red Fire says Field Spell is good in playtesting. 3 copies? That is way too many. Unless you don't own the new monster. That does the same thing. Pushra says, what if we put in Dragius, Yanketo, Fashion of Faith, the new zombie engine, and an Aqua engine? So they're actually, okay, after this game, I'm gonna go build a little deck, that I think is worth talking about. Okay, also heavy metal. We wanna use Monster Reincarnation this time. And we're probably gonna try to get back another heavy metal to pop. Oh, but I could also Essel again. But if I Essel, I mill the monster, but then I don't actually have 2 level 7s. So that doesn't do anything. First, let's Kobold. See what we draw. Another Rogue of Archfiend. Monster Reincarnation. Send Essel. Add back heavy metal. Summon the heavy metal and absorb their own heavy metal. And this time, we haven't even used the skill. So we have 3 potential attacks. So we summon a Rogue of Archfiend and another Rogue of Archfiend. And with only 2 trap cards, this should be game. They have a Majesty. Swing in with the heavy metal. And they have the Widespread Ruin. Hang on until the very end. So Pushers was talking about an Aqua aggro deck. And I do want to talk about something that came up during the Rush Festival. There was an Aqua aggro deck flying around. So I'm gonna go we are gonna still play until we lose with the Heavy Rebels. However, I do want to talk about it. And build something to try out later. So we're gonna go here. And there was a player running. Rather than Cure Master Dion or Disco Fever, they used a skill I suggested a few months ago. Set Party Party Party. And the idea here is simple. By putting in enough monsters that are Aqua, you are able to get an overwhelming amount of life. So let's do Aqua. And then we're running the Seahorse servers. We're running the Lamoons. And it looks something like this. Let's take out the Currybot. And then, obviously we're not running that, but we are going to be running Dragius. So we've got plenty of Aqua monsters to trigger our Aqua spell cards. And then, is there anything else worth running? In the trap slot, I feel like not really. Maybe we can put in a guard here. But no, I'd rather save more room for another engine of some sort. Or a way to buff our Dragius. I feel like that could also be important. Oh, we could run talismanics. Okay. Monsters, we're going to include the alligator. If we can find it. Or maybe we actually don't. Maybe we just run something like Archfiend. Oh, hydration. That's right. They definitely were on hydrations. Remove server and add zombies. I mean, how much slots for zombies would we run? Because I feel like the zombies are going to take up a fair amount of space. And if we start cutting these, we aren't going to be able to party as effectively. Unless we also cut a talismanic. And then... I guess the Little Moons are the weakest link. So then let's do some zombies. But I'm pretty sure the party deck that was being used in the festival was running the servers. The idea is that you gain so much life points that the Royal Bubble deck is unable to actually kill you. They can invasion as much as they want, but if they're only dealing 2300 damage a turn, you are going to outpace them with the extra life from your carriers, your party, and your boss monster. But for now, we're gonna try a zombie version at some point. It looks like the best one is this one. So we will be trying this after we lose a game with Roa. Yeah, I guess we could try it without the zombies first, and then try it with it as well. I think Crawling Torso has a place in certain decks. The reason I threw it into that deck was because it had 6 level 7 monsters. So having more ways to generate advantage does sound useful. But we are going to try it without the zombies first, I think. We're just going to put in the servers and more vanillas for maximum life point gain. But before that, we are going to continue with Rebels. We are on a solid win streak. Six games. And let's see what they are running. Presumably also the new skill, but maybe they are on Hell Tuning Invasion. Crawling Torso reminds you of the Hex Maniac. Yeah, I do think it is a little bit similar, for sure. Right, they set 4 and 5. Another great turn comes to an end. We have opened the Essel though, which is always nice to see. Let's see if we get anything. We do not. Unless we want to Cobalt. Which would be funny. So we are going to do it. I think the better play is to not special summon, bring out this Cobalt and an Archfiend Soldier. But we are simply going to dig as much as we can. Cobalt number 2. Hell Tuning Invasion. And then let's dig even more. I could use this to give me widespread immunity, but it doesn't seem that useful. Let's just start battling. Alright, 0 defense. Looking pretty good. Oh, and we actually managed to clear an Archfiend Soldier with the invasion. And that means our opponent is probably on the mirror, rather than on the Hell Tuning Invasion. Death Doom Requiem activating. they managed to draw all 3 boss monsters. Alright, this is looking pretty, threatening. Keep in mind, this is a raw draw. They had none of those in their hand at the start of the turn. It's kind of like getting hit by the maximum summon. However, we take 1 billion damage. And now what? We can continue to mill. But that doesn't seem wise. I want to just leave my monsters in defense mode. So we're gonna go here. And pass it back. And unless one of those face down cards is something like a Pierce, we should be okay. Now, if you are running a card to get over set 3 boards in this deck, I think you definitely want to use Stop Defense over Pierce, for the simple reason that a bunch of your monsters have destruction effects. So you'd rather destroy a monster and then swing in with the 3rd monster directly. Alright, they brought in an Invasion. That's kind of interesting. We draw a 2nd copy of Invasion. I think we are going to go like this. We're trying to dig through our deck to find all 3 of our boss monsters, so we can respond with a Doom Metal of our own. So getting rid of an extra Invasion is a good play. I'm not sure what the Shield and Sword is for. It must be because they want to set another important card back here. Genie's Fire Breath, removing our Ruin. Very interesting. I guess just trying to make us brick. Heavy Metal, but of course we don't have any monster actually on the board. And then a Phaser. They are definitely bringing in a ton of strong monsters. However, that means more damage when we land our own Doom Metal. Presumably. All we need to do is actually find it. Which is turning out to be a bit of a problem. We will set our board once again. So we found all 3 invasions and nothing else. But that means with only 11 cards left, we do have a fairly decent shot of getting what we need. We aren't using the widespread. There's no real point here. We actually want them to have more monsters on board so we can use Doom Metal and get more damage. We find both bosses. There we go. Death, Doom, Requiem. Activate skill. Summon you. And then also summon this one. We can do Metal. 1 and 2. Activate the effect. And then we want to make sure we're not dying to their Doom Metal. So we're gonna go like this. And then I think we actually leave Phaser on in our hand, since the plan is to use Widespread and Guard to save ourselves later. Okay, let's battle. We could have set this face down, and maybe that would have been the better play. I'm not entirely sure. They have a Widespread, but we are getting in for some decent damage. We pass. Shadowbuyer is fine. They're just putting a monster back in the deck. That makes sense. Did I forget to use my own Shadowbuyer? I think I did. I forgot to shuffle back a boss into the deck with Shadowbuyer, which is pretty unfortunate. They have a Genie's Fire Breath, but do they have 2? They have a Phaser. Phaser is fine. Doom Metal comes into the board. And now, we use the guard. And we will return 2 invasions and a Doom Medal into the deck, maximizing the chances of us drawing into the 3-card combo. We have a phaser. We find Doom Medal, Heavy Metal. I think that's good enough. Activate the skill. We summon Heavy Metal. Then we summon Phaser. Phaser's effect brings Invasion back. And then we Doom Medal for 1600. And if the face down card can't stop this attack, then we win. Let's see if it works. They do have something. It's their own copy of the guard. Very well. We are forced to pass turn. And with 3 more monsters in their deck, they are pretty likely to find the combo once more. And more concerning, I don't think we've actually seen a single one of those widespread preventer guys. So if our opponent managed to land the combo plus a Rogue of Archfiend, I don't think there's anything we're able to do. Let's see what they bring out. Death Doom Requiem, of course, is coming in. And there's Invasion. Do they have a Heavy Metal? They do. I think we can expect a Doom Medal, inflicting 800 points of damage. But they set the other monsters. Are both of those monsters truly weak enough that they weren't able to attack in for game? I wonder if that's the case. Yeah, so the issue with this Widespread Ruin, or with this Monster Reincarnation, is that we really want to have 3 monsters on the board. And the Monster Reincarnation stops us from summoning a 3rd one. Especially if those are something like a Babysitter Goat. However, we haven't actually seen any monsters with a defense stat from this player yet. So we could just go in and hope to land a normal game-ending blow. Summon Rogue of Archfiend, Shadowbuyer, and Monster Reincarnation. We discard a Doom Medal and add back something as simple as the Archfiend Soldier. Normal summon. And we just go in and hope they don't have a Babysitter Goat waiting to stop this guy. Alright, and we did it. Another win by properly sequencing. Sometimes the high-level monsters are not what you need. Bum, bum, bum. And of course, it is another Roa. But will it be the new skill or Hell Tuning Invasion? I don't think there's really a way for us to know until they activate one. Archfiend Soldier coming right in. Interesting move. I don't think we really draw a way to... I mean, we could just summon the Doom Medal, but that feels really silly. But I feel like we don't really have much else. I think I'm gonna wait. Well, I mean, I can use the 2 phasers, but that just doesn't sound great to me. Let's think it through. if they are on Hell-Tuning Invasion, we probably want to summon... Well, I'm just gonna go like this. And we're gonna see what happens. I will leave their Arching Soldier alive. Hitting a goat is pretty good. But unfortunately they had 2 goats, so we just pass turn. I guess getting a Doom Medal in the graveyard isn't that bad if we have a phaser already. But I don't know. The 600 damage doesn't feel like it would have been that impactful. Right, they have a Rogue of Archfiend. But of course they don't need it, since they already have... Oh, and it is Death Doom Requiem. Are they actually going to bring it in? They do. But, I mean, we do have a Doom Medal ready to respond. And the Phaser in defense mode is saving us some damage. Though we are taking a ton. And Invasion. But we don't have enough monsters... in the grave. We need to draw a second boss with this Kobold. And then we can phaser the Invasion back. And Essel. Oh, I could have used Essel. Because then we sent a Doom Medal, and then if I had sent the Shadowbuyer to graveyard, we would have had an Invasion in hand to summon. Well, no, that still would have only been 1 slot. Okay. I think we're fine. I think we're just normal summoning this. 1, 2. And then the question is, do we phaser the other Doom Medal back? Or do we just set it so it's face down? I think having face down monsters is actually pretty good in this match. But it is pretty problematic, as a Heavy Metal can pretty easily end this game. Oh, Panda is correct. Arching Soldier does reveal it is the Requiem, because Hell-Tuning Invasion can't run the Soldier. Unfortunately, I think this probably is going to be a loss. We would need a pretty wild swing of events to turn this game around. Are they going to crash? Or are they just, clearing out the low levels? Interesting. So if we draw, but we are 2 Doom Medals down, which is unfortunate. We get a Shadowbuyer, which is fine. For getting those monsters back into the deck. Okay, let's Shadowbuyer. Activate the effect. We will return Doom Medal. Then we have a level 5 or higher monster. So we can Heavy Metal that Shadowbuyer. Activate effect. And then I can Shadowbuyer again, but I don't really want to. Since it leaves more damage for another Doom Medal. Oh, but if that's a widespread and not a guard, we are probably kind of up a creek anyway. Let's go ahead and pass turn. So, I mean, all they need to do is summon, like, an Invasion and another low level. And they got this. Ba-ba-bum. Bum-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Alright, and that is super game. Which means we are going to be switching up to the Aqua deck, where we will just gain as many life points as possible. Let's go ahead, take out the zombie engine, put in those seahorse servers. mean, this deck had a pretty good run. So we need servers, and I guess just La Moons. Or maybe another way to get over 2500s. Let's see. Aquas are here. Maybe we do a couple of La Moon, and then one other slot can be another talismanic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're running 6, which is a little bit high for spell traps. We don't count the party since it will be set turn 1. We can brick with it, but if we do, we are able to actually get it back from the graveyard and gain even more life. So we have 2 Seal Arrays and then the 3 Fashion of Faith with Dion Keto to try getting over 2500 monsters. We will see how it goes. Unfortunately, the new Royal Rebel deck is running many more 2500s than previously, as they now have 6 instead of 3, which I do think makes it a kind of bad matchup. And there's the reason I did not run this deck in the festival. And that is because running against Maximum Overlord players, Pushper says use Barrel Dragon over the Archfiend. But then we have 7 level 7 monsters, which feels a little bricky. And here we go, we drew the party. But that's okay, as we are going to gain many life points. Summon out 3 Aqua monsters. Activate Seahorse Server. Gain 500. Activate Party. Gain 1200. Activate Party. Skill. And gain another 1200. Oh, we can't because we don't have an attack mode monster. That's my bad. I forgot about that. We should have probably waited. Yeah, because now I'm letting them Cyclone. So I needed to leave it in the graveyard until I was actually able to use it again. That is entirely my fault. However, they did decide to use a Cyclone on this instead of an actual trap card or anything of value. So maybe it's not so bad after all. Unfortunately, we have drawn no high-level monsters. We can Kanon, I guess, just to reduce their resources a little bit. And let's see what they do. Yeah, Pitch was set. I agree. If we do run the zombies, we might actually be able to pull it off. Alright, and they are on Hell Tuning Invasion, which is why I wanted to remove the card. Just reduce the resources very slightly. But apparently they had 2 babysitter goats, and we got pretty lucky. Alright, here comes Invasion to clear the board. And then Gargoyle. That is fine. These are just random monsters that are able to beat over our things. Oh wait, but if they use the skill, they can't attack with them. So they're just random monsters sitting on the board in attack mode for me to swing over. Well, the Shadow Buyer is able to attack. Oh, they have a heavy metal as well. Never mind, we are in incredible danger. We are taking way too much damage. But fortunately, our party give us plenty to go with. Alright, here is a Dragias, who is going to be able to clear. We summon Fashion of Faith. And another. Should summon them both. And then Dragius Mill. And then we Seal Array. And we want to put back the Fashion of Faith for sure. And then these two. We can up that Heavy Metal. And unfortunately, if they draw another Heavy Metal, that is game. But it is what it is. We could have used the Hydrations to gain an extra 1,000 life points, and it might have actually been the right move. As 5,000 into 1,900 is 3,100, and we would have survived if we flipped up the 2 Hydrations before Tribute Summoning. Hopefully they just do not find another Heavy Metal. Access to something else is fine. If they summon the Invasion, we would survive. Our move, and we actually get a Boogie Master, which seems good to me. Let's summon a Kana. Then Tribute Summon. And then we can choose to either draw a card or gain more attack. But we don't need more attack. We just need to summon Kanan. Activate Dragius. And start blowing up that back row. Of course we want to destroy a card if we can. We hit a Widespread Ruin. And it's a good thing we didn't use the Hydrations last turn. Activate effect, and they concede. Yeah, the one downside to all of these zombie monsters would be that we can't trigger the Party and Triple Threat Thunder as consistently. So it is definitely a trade-off. But it would be extra cards to discard with Dion Kato's effect. And to get out multiple boss monsters. Alright, Lily is a Yuga player. And if they are on the maximum monster, no amount of healing will save us, as Magnum Overload gets more attack, equal to the difference in life points. So all of the healing is completely useless. And we've drawn 2 boss monsters. But that's okay. I guess we will be activating Party, thinning our deck. Then we Kanan, Archfiend Soldier, and Tribute Summon. Wait, hold on. Before I do that, I'm going to use the Party, because it's going to change them to defense mode. Which is not what we want to happen at the end of our combo. We will do it now, though. 1, 2. Then, since Seahorse Carrier was summoned this turn, we are able to revive the other low level. Summon Kanan, and then bring out a second boss. Mystic Dealer will be 1,500 damage, and then presumably we'll be able to clear the face down as well. Unless they have a Recital. It's a Torna. Okay, not bad. I think we actually don't technically know whether they are on Axel Road or Overlord yet. I mean, they do have the sleeves. And they are indeed on the max. Okay. Alright, down to 1,700. So 7-Sword Magician would be able to clear. But do they want to clear this one? Are they going to be able to bring out a second monster capable of defeating the Boogie Master? Tribute to the Doomed works just fine. And they show a second blue piece. So we know they have a blue in hand, and presumably also a second maximum piece, either green or the head. And there are 2 Dragias. Seahorse Carrier. Activate effect. And add you. Normal summon. Do we just hope they don't draw it? That sounds fine with me. I could have put this in defense mode or something. But I do not run in fear of their monster. I attack. What do I want in overload? I think all 3 are fine. I think I'm still on Monster Reincarnation, but Shield and Sword is pretty good too. Since it can mean you can win the game without maximum summoning at all. They are dealering, which means they don't actually have access to the maximum yet, unless they draw it off of this dealer. Alright, and they concede. Dragias 2, it would be funny if I used the Widespread Ruin, but I'm not that mean. I will send them a nice. And I need to check if there are any event rewards for playing in PvP. Because I know that's going to reset in a little bit, and we are going to lose the mics, but I think we already claimed them. We did. Okay. Let's just grab the weekly rewards. And then we head right back in to the ladder. Speaking of legend spells, did we actually remember to put one in this deck? I feel like we may not have. Oh, and Manocus is here again, this time probably with Thunder. Yeah, we just completely forgot to put in a legend spell. I think Shield and Sword is a pretty good out to those 2500 monsters that we were talking about. So probably one of the Seal Arrays should be that. But we'll focus on the duel ahead of us for now. No boss monsters. And they did tribute set monsters, I think. So set, and then a 2 tribute monster, and then another monster here. So this is probably some form. Oh, well, it's not Thunders then. I don't know what they're running. I wonder if we should just play it safe. I kind of want to attack this one, though. I think we will go like this. We'll gain the 800. And then we'll have Kanan swing into the other defense mode monster. Alright, a carrier. The rush normal tickets are useless. We need more than... I agree. They really should have added some more to them. And it is a barrel dragon. Definitely not anything I was going to be able to beat over. So this is just an aggro deck. Why would they choose the Fashion of Faith, though? I guess the defense mode monster does make sense, actually. That is not online. Okay. And then Kanan. Are they that low on no levels? Or do they have a 1 tribute monster? Okay. So we take 700. But I'm okay with this so far. Yeah, I think we just widespread. Unfortunately, getting 4 monsters in the graveyard is going to be a bit of a challenge. Unless we draw tribute monsters. And we draw some tribute monsters. Okay. Let's normal summon Dragius. 1, 2. Then we can summon out La Moon and a Seahorse Carrier. Mill one with Dragius. And that is the 4th monster in the graveyard. However, since we're about to tribute 2 more, I'm going to use the Seahorse Carrier. Grab this back. Then we Dion Keto. And that'll fill up the graveyard for Talismanic. But we're not done there. We are going to summon the Fashion of Faith. And that's going to give us another card draw. And if it's a spell or trap, we'd be in a really good spot. Unfortunately, it's another boss monster. So let's just ditch this and gain some life. Then we Seal Array. And we put back, of course, the 2 Seahorse Carriers, Fashion of Faith, and the 1400. Debuffing this one. And then we enter battle. Swing in with Dragius. Though, I guess maybe this wasn't the right play. I don't know. We're just gonna go here. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to destroy it with the Fashion of Faith or not. So technically we did, miss a lethal push, as the Dragius attacking directly would have ended the game. But I don't think we had a great way to know whether or not 1100 was gonna be enough. I guess if they are running both the Aqua engines and the Zombie engine, most of their low level monsters are gonna have pretty low defense. So it may have been worth it in this situation. I tend to play it pretty conservatively, but at the same time, we are at 5900 against their 700. They are milling for something. I wonder what it is. Right, here comes Dragius. And they have, of course, their own Talismanic Seal Array. But is that going to be enough? That allows them to clear just one of the boss monsters. I suppose with the Essel, they would have enough monsters in here, by far, to activate a second Seal Array, should they so choose. Dragius coming in, of course, and then there it is, the second Seal Array. Shuffling even more monsters into the deck. And then finally, a monster goes face down. Very interesting. So we have our Dion Keto. But what we need is a way to actually get over Dragius. And we draw 2 copies of Fashion of Faith, which I'm pretty sure is just game. Summon you. And then Tribute. Each Fashion of Faith provides 400 attack, meaning we're getting in for 800. And even failing that, we could have summoned Dragius, swung into the defense mode monster, crash, and then swung in directly. I will definitely send them a nice. And we will move on to the next one. I'm pretty sure we are 3-0 with this deck. Bum, ba, ba, bum. Alright, and we are up first. And they are not on a skill at all, which is pretty interesting. I think we will just summon the two of these and use our party. Throw down a face down. And pass it over. Alright, a lone Magician's Valkyria in attack mode. Doesn't seem that threatening. I will summon the Grace Princess Kana. Then, we switch these to attack mode. And that's going to let us activate party. And gain even more life. Tribute these two for Dion Keto number 1. Then Seahorse Carrier. Activate the effect, grabbing back a 1200. Then it's time for Dion Keto number 2. We can establish a slightly stronger board if we summon the Lamoon, but by using Seahorse Carrier, we are able to discard 2 cards and go up to 10,000 life. Alright, and let's run into these defense mode monsters and see what we're working with. Alright, I feel like there's a good chance we are about to take damage, so I want to screenshot the nice little 10,000 we are at. Alright, and let's see how much we take. 100. Unfortunate. Bum bum ba bum 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 ba bum. Okay. We get some low-level monsters, but nothing really that interesting. So that means it is time to start gaining even more life. And we are good to battle. We run into a 1400 this time, but we are going to leave it on the board. Looks like there was nothing the Seahorse Carrier would have been able to clear. Bum, bum, bum. And once again, nothing of note. Let's go ahead and gain some life. And battle. Though our deck is starting to run a little bit low. Maybe we should be playing around that. We don't want to draw too many cards. We want them to be forced to find something to deal with us. More back row. Alright, there is a Dragius. Seems worth summoning. Especially when we can prevent it from being destroyed with Fashion of Faith. Summon. Tribute. 1, 2. Fashion of Faith. Activate effect. Mill 1. And I know I just said I don't want to do it, but it's way funnier to gain all the life. So we will. Alright, let us battle. This is not optimal gaming at all. We are gonna throw this down. It was a 0. We could have gotten in for more damage. Unfortunate. But I want to see how big the number gets. Oh, and they maximum summon. Very funny. It was a skillless Magnum Overlord player with 14,000 attack. 16,000 attack. There goes all of the card advantage we worked so hard for. However, we do survive. They probably feel pretty good. But let's punish them. I summon Seahorse Server. And now, with 2 cards on the field, Hydration. We'll destroy their face down. Oh wait, Triple Threat Thunder only works on level 8 or lower monsters. That is unfortunate. We need to draw a Talismanic, which we somehow still have yet to do, with only 6 cards left in the deck. And that means it is time to be going into the defense mode. Change to defense and set. Alright, and we need to clear a spot for the Talismanic. So we're using Widespread Ruin. Even though we know it doesn't work. Then we draw. And now we have Talismanic Seal Array at the ready. Flip summon Dion Keto. Flip summon Kanan. We have a Hydration. Activate. We destroy their back row. Then, normal summon Kanan. Talismanic Seal Array. Shuffle in, whatever. Honestly, it doesn't matter too much. And this is game. And battle. Drageus defeats the maximum. And then we get in for an additional 7,000 or so damage. Send them a nice. I definitely was not ready for the Magnum Overload. However, it was good enough. Ba-bum, bum, ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum. Alright, we are up first. We could just bring in one of our bosses, if we feel like it. We can also just party, and gain more life. The issue is I'm kind of afraid that, we aren't going to be able to, like, if they are on Harpy, switching us to attack mode is a lot of damage. However, this kind of dies to everything. Like, a Harpy Lady Sisters is 26, Thunders go up to 28, or a Lightning Trigger would even debuff it. But if they don't have a boss monster, we are in a good spot. Okay. Our move, and we have a Drageus to follow this up with. So, Grace Princess Kana and Kanan. Tribute Summon. Unfortunately, we aren't going to be able to actually deal any damage. But that's okay. After Drageus, throw this down, and battle. And it is a Harpy deck. it's possible they had a Faith Bird in hand, so it turns out summoning this was the right monster. Alright, we see a Tyhone. And a Cyber Tech Alligator. 2500 isn't actually enough to deal with my board, but they might be going for a standstill. Harpy Lady Sisters is going to be able to out the Dragias, or at least I assume that is what they would be going for. Oh, they actually can out both. Thanks to the effect, shuffling away some monsters. We have a Seal Array, so we aren't out of this just yet. Seahorse Carrier, always a good sight. Activate the effect, grab back a 1400. Summon the server, then Kanon. And then, we get 500 with the server, and I get to bring in the Boogie Master. 1, 2. Unfortunately, Talismanic Seal Array is only 1,000 points, so it's gonna be at 1,500, meaning we wouldn't be able to clear it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 monsters in the graveyard. However, we have just enough to double Seal Array. So first, let's debuff this one. Then, we do it again. And this time, we're gonna debuff... Well, I guess we can just debuff the same one twice. It doesn't really matter. They are the same level. Set the hydration. And then, battle. Clear out Harpy Lady Sisters, for sure. And then Cybertech Alligator goes down. Pass turn, and we'll see what they do. I mean, another Harpy Lady Sisters plus a Faith Bird is a pretty easy out to this board, so I wouldn't be expecting my monsters to be sticking around. Hopefully, though, we have gained enough life points where our pushes are, on average, getting them closer to death than theirs gets us. We are also hoping to see some back row show up at some point, so our hydrations will not only give us more life, but also it means that they are breaking on cards they can't actually summon. Whereas we already have hydrations set onto the board. So imagine if they have like 2 back row and aren't able to do anything else. Unfortunately, that is definitely not the case, as we have seen a Trick Pigeon bring out Harpy Lady Sisters. But I feel like the Harpy Lady is better to have on board than the Faith Bird since you have a pet dragon. So I'd call that a misplay. It's only 100 damage, but it is 100 extra damage. How have the new decks been going? Psychics went pretty poorly. Thunder was okay. But the Royal Velvet deck seems pretty strong, which I'm sure is not a huge surprise. And now we are playing Aqua, a deck from the Rush Festival. So unfortunately, once again, no or only 2 low levels means we can't boost the Dion Keto. But it does mean we are going to be able to clear out their bosses with Dragias. Swing in over this, and that lowers the dragon to 2,000. Is the new spell good with the Rebel skill? I don't know which one you're talking about, but no. The field spell was maybe going to see some play. However, they introduced a monster that does the same thing, which is a million times better than having to run another brick. And then the one that just gives you like 1,000 attack seems completely useless. I would never want to discard a monster and use a spell. Oh, okay. Command. I mean, I guess it makes sense that you might want to switch the battle position of a card you just summoned with Phaser or the skill. but I still am not super convinced on it. Like I said, it is a 2-card investment, which is the same as just normal summoning the monster instead of activating your skill. So that doesn't seem great. We need to ruin here. And then we draw an incredible hand to finish this game. Aqua Aggro still putting in the work. It turns out 2500 Blue Dragon is a pretty strong card. So we swing in with these two, and then Dianketo will finish them off. And that is another win. I think we are now 4 or 5-0. Once this deck loses a game, we probably take another quick water/bathroom break. Yep, that is 5 wins for the Aqua Aggro. And our Rebel deck was only 6 or 7. So, we are pretty close to matching the new box deck with a generic deck using, I believe, no new cards. Oh, and we are up against the Magnum Overlord player again. Hopefully this time we can finish them before they bring it out. I think we're gonna bring in Kana Lamoon and set the party. And then, do we actually bring in the carrier or do we just wait? I'm just gonna go for Fashion of Faith and use the Seahorse carrier later. That seems reasonable. Let's pass it over and see what Xion does. Alright, setting a monster. We already know what they're playing, which is a huge advantage. Because we knew they weren't going to make an aggressive push. We can absolutely Hydration and destroy that face down. It was the Widespread Ruin, which is definitely a threatening card. I guess I shouldn't have treated the Lamoon. We will Fashion of Faith and draw a new card. And we find Dragius, which is amazing. 1, 2. And then I guess we Carrier, just to get another monster on board. Dianketo sends us to the grave, and we could recycle a monster, but we don't need to. Dragius swings in, and then I'll have it do it again. There's a chance this had some defense points. Alright, and we get in for a ton of damage. As long as they don't top up the maximum this turn, we have a threat of lethal on board, as I set the pass could lose to a Dragius swinging indirectly. Of course, if they do get the full maximum, no amount of life point gain will save us here. Alright, but we draw a second Dragius, which is absolutely game over for Xion. Mill 1, Mill 2, and we can enter the battle phase. Swing in, and that's gonna be it. Promanaka says deck testing at 5 AM, probably not the way to go. Entirely fair. Sorry the game didn't end up in your favor. It was some kind of a zombie aqua aggro, if I remember. I guess I can just take a look. I mean, I think this seems fine. I'm actually not convinced that Dread Ruler is worth running over any other boss monster, realistically. But I mean, it does deal more damage than something like an Ancient Arise, assuming you're able to get it off. So, I mean, I can see the allure. I'm just not sure if it's going to pay off more often than not. Oh, we have queued into Manarchist again. I could set my monsters so that way they actually don't know which one to attack as the 1400. But instead we're just gonna go with the life point gain and let them clear the board. Party, party, party switches them all to defense mode. And we pass it over. Alright, they are summoning out a 0-attack monster, a sure sign of a tribute summon. Here comes the Dread Ruler. However, this means they only have 2 monsters on board. So as long as we draw decently, we are going to be able to come back. Let's see what we get. A Dion Keto is good enough, I'm pretty sure. Let's start with Seahorse Server. This gives us 500 life, and then also lets us use Hydration to destroy their face down card. It was Widespread Ruin, a great card for us to be getting rid of. We summon in Dion Keto the Boogie Master. And then we have to draw a card with Fashion of Faith. That is a great draw. Arching Soldier is coming in. And then we gain another 1,000 life. I could use the Steel Array here. I don't remember if they were on Ghost Cyclone or not, but they could be. So I think it's worth it for the extra damage. Let's Steel Array. 1, 2, 3, 4. Though this might come back to bite us. If they summon out another 2,500 next turn and we don't have a way to deal with it. But in any case, we are going in now. Alright, let's see what they do. Their move. Alright, it's Legend Draw. They are bringing in a Barrel Dragon, which is a potential issue. Wait, so the Legacy Duels are going on at the same time as the Rowa event? That seems pretty tough. Alright, they summon out a couple of monsters, and then we know they have the Barrel Dragon in hand, which is going to clear the Dion Keto either way. Oh, and it looks like they might have a secondary boss as well, as they bring in another monster with Seahorse Carrier. And I don't think they'd want to keep a 700 monster on board. Alright, and now we are in a lot of trouble since we don't have our Seal Array. Our outs to a field of 2,500 monsters are pretty low. It's specifically a Dion Keto, plus Fashion of Faith, etc. Oh, and they got the heads on the Barrel Dragon, which means a ton more damage to us. Unfortunately, there's not much we can do here. We are just gonna set everything and pass it over. Obviously, another Barrel Dragon heads would be pretty devastating, as we are now even more open to damage. summon out a 1500. And we are going to use the Widespread Ruin as an attempt to clear the board next turn, as long as we can get one boost or a debuff. Welcome, Pilot. I think we are finally about to lose to the aggro deck. We went on a 5 or so game win streak, but I'm not really convinced this is going to work anymore. They already have a Dragius on board, and our life points are looking low. We can summon the Kana, and we do at least have an out to Dragius, which is summoning this Dion Keto and then boosting it with the Fashion of Faith. If we draw into another low level, we would actually win though, as then we can bring in Dragius as well. Let's see what we get. It's unfortunately only a Hydration, which is not going to be good enough. Let's ditch this Dragius. And their Widespread is already gone, so I'm going to gain the extra life points. And then we battle. We have to clear Dragius. Unfortunately, if this Hydration was a low-level monster, that would have been it. Let's see what they do. It's rare to see Dragius. Thought he felt all crazy heavy fun into the one opponent using him. I mean, we're also on it, and Dragius was actually pretty common in the upper levels of the Goha Vash Festival. There are a lot of Rebel players, but all of those, all of those Roas were not Royal Rebels. Some of them were on Hammer Crush Steel. Is this lethal? That's 1,400. That might be exact lethal. They got it exactly. We were so close, but the Dragius has failed us. And Pilot. Yet we were playing against a Magnum Overlord player and had increased our own life points to something like 12,000. Of course, it doesn't even matter, since they will make up the difference. So we went down to 200 life after the Magnum Overlord swing, but we had a Talismanic Seal Array to finish the game. Right, and now that we have lost with Party, we are going to be taking another break for food, water, bathroom, whatever you need. We will be back in a few minutes. In the meantime, feel free to leave your suggestions for what deck we should play next in the chat, and I will read them when we get back. I think we'll probably go back to one of the decks introduced in the mini box, and we haven't played zombies either, so maybe we do figure something out that can run the zombie engine, some kind of aggro deck, for example. Anyway, we'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. We are back, and apparently I am being talked about some new thing. I'm guessing this is the Legacy Duel A announcement, which we will not be doing. I see plus minus has suggested Zombie Dino, and I'm fine with that. Let's go find a character with an open deck slot. Hey look, Mimi has one. So, filter to zombies and dinosaurs. Presumably, we're running some Super King Rex and some Dread Rulers. We need some monsters to revive off of the Rex. So, Urabi, of course, is coming in. And then Dread Ruler requires us to discard zombies. Which of course means Crawling Torso and the zero attack monsters to go with them. I think 6 is probably more than enough. Oh, welcome, Benex. Oh wait, what did Dimitri Hanna say? Did I miss a chat message? One Legacy Duel or no? Oh, okay, yeah, I didn't notice that message initially. Pure zombie. I don't think there is enough to do with a pure zombie deck. Even if we ran every zombie in the game, it wouldn't really be enough. But maybe we will do one Legacy Duel at the end of the stream. Unless I forget. But okay, we've got plenty of zombies, plenty of dinosaurs. Let's think through trap cards. Definitely want to run you. I don't think we'd want the guard in this deck, as we want things in the graveyard to use with our effects. We could run Call the Earthbound. As a joke. And then zombies and dinosaurs, neither of them have spell trap removal. So if we're running anything, it would be a Ghost Cyclone. And then for... Monarchist, I will still say the zombie boss is bad. I could add in Aquas, but we already have the King Rex for advantage. Oh, I guess the Dread Ruler... Yeah, we already have 2 ways to generate advantage between King Rex and Crawling Torso. So I don't think we need anything else on that front. What we might need is a boss monster. Or a way to beat set 3 pass. Or a limit 3 card. That does seem like a pretty serious problem for the deck. We're gonna go in with Barrel Dragon. And I guess that means it's Legend Draw. Yeah, we would love some multi-strike dragons here. So maybe it looks like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 boss monsters is kind of a lot. I mean, we could cut the Dread Ruler, but that doesn't seem like we could just run the zombie engine, and then add in like Mega Zowlers, which would be funnier. Okay, we're gonna do that. Where is Mega Zowler? We'll add into a view, and then we have 2 slots, which I think we want on monsters. But what monster to add here? I guess Piercing Samurai would work, We're just looking for another way to get over stuff. So let me go find it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, we could cut this for another Dragius, but we do have 2 Omega Zalors, and that seems a little bit bricky. Oh, we don't have Essel. We need Essel absolutely in this deck, for sure. Where is it? Okay, and if that's the case, maybe we do actually run maximum Dragius to high roll as much as possible. 1000 attack. Somewhere around here. Yeah, we definitely need Essel. Sets up the zombies, sets up the dinosaurs, can high roll into Dragius. But instead of Legend Draw, maybe we run Tribute Boost. Oh, we also don't have any Talismanics, which we probably need in a deck like this. And now we're looking a little high on cards. We will simply remove Cyclone, I suppose. Who needs spell trap removal? We will go face and kill them before they draw the card. Then we have plenty of targets for the King Rex, so I think we can cut the graveyard. Because we have 5 right here. Okay. Do we have ways to get over 2500? We might want Mage over the Piercing Samurai, since we have the boss monsters to deal with set 3 boards anyway. So let's go to Spellcasters. And now Mage will be good. And Mage also helps set up our engines by sending more cards to the graveyard. Let's go with this. And the real reason I am cutting Mammoth Graveyard is because I will always be confused on whether it is a zombie or a dinosaur, and I will misplay every single game. Let's try out Zombie Dino for 3 or so games, and then maybe we will do the Legacy Duel as suggested. Just a little bit of speed as a treat. Alright, and here we go. Game number 1 versus a Roa. Alright, and there we go. Opening with 2 King Rex, but no dinosaur. Unfortunately, I think we are going to have to bring in the King Rex and then set the Wisebed Ruin. If my opponent is on Heartbeat instead of Thunder, this might work out. If they end on like a lone Harpy Lady Sisters, swinging in, it wouldn't be good enough. Of course, they could go Cyclone me. I am glad to have some solidarity from Dimitri Hana here. Mammoth Graveyard is definitely one of those monsters that is confusing. It's made out of bones, so it must be a zombie. But it's clearly a dinosaur because it's a big, old, extinct thing. Alright, my opponent opened with 3 back row. Essel can mill. Then, we summon another King Rex. And we bring back the Urabi. We do lose out on Shield and Sword, but that is okay. Their monster shouldn't have more than 1400 defense. So Urabi is a safe swing. However, they do have a Recital here. And we still don't know what they're running. It's Doriado. Not expected from either archive skill. That is currently seeing success. Alright, let's just see what they do. Does Yu-Yu have any dual type monsters? Not that I know of. I know there are some dual attribute monsters who become both light and dark. So it wouldn't surprise me if there's some random thing that is both a fairy and fiend, for example. But I can't name one off the top of my head. And there are also monsters who can change type. I think like Reproductus can become any type or turn something else into a different type. Something along those lines. Alright, so we see Tribute to the Doomed to out the first Super King Rex, and they're going to try to swing in with the sisters to out the second one. However, that is not going to work for them, as we have a Widespread Ruin face down and will reestablish our other King Rex immediately. How did they actually go into that? That's wild. I mean, it doesn't really matter. We were going to be in a pretty good spot either way. But honestly, I probably could have just let that attack go through, and it would have been fine. But we'll send him the nice and move on. But also, I do want to point something out. We started playing Fiends, went on a 6-game win streak. Then we swapped over to Aqua and went on another 6-game win streak. Compared to the festival, these games are a lot less stressful. I feel like we have been going against relatively competent decks. We've played Harpies, Fiends, Aggro. The deck selection isn't that different. So why is my win rate so much higher? And this time, we are potentially high rolling with an Essel here. We do have 2 or 3 unplayable cards. But even just getting another boss monster, or I mean, a low level monster, will let the Essel turn itself into something. And if we draw into an Urabi with the mill, we then have the ability to summon King Rex and revive a monster. We get a crawling torso. So as long as we mill a zombie or a dinosaur, we are in a good spot. We can special summon the Urabi. Super King Rex comes in first to revive. Oh, and then we actually even find a zombie off of that mill. Unfortunately, adding it to the hand, I guess it does do something, as we can at least just set it down. So let's bring in the Barrel Dragon. And see if we can't score a destruction. My Barrel Dragon win rate is way below 50%. I guarantee you, if you go through all my VODs and check every Barrel Dragon, it will be way under 50-50. I know that is already a bias, but I'm actually very, very sure of it. And it's not like, oh, it's rigged, the RNG is poor. It's just, I've been having a bad streak. Somewhere out there is also a person who lands 80% of their Barrel Dragons. Just how it works. So they're using Ragnarok, but even if they bring in some 2500s, that isn't enough to actually beat my guys. But with a setup like this, I feel like they do want to get rid of both of those. But no, they actually don't do that at all. They choose to debuff both of my monsters, and then just bring in Sunglasses, which I guess can actually debuff my other monster to the point where Conductor Dog can clear it. And I don't have a good out to it on board right now. Alright. Here we go. They clear out both of my monsters. However, their board is looking pretty vulnerable. Unfortunately, we don't have any spell trap removal, so if that's the Widespread Ruin, we could be in some trouble. But if it isn't, we have some pretty strong cards here. Let's start with Ghoulish Gal. Into Shield and Sword. Actually, I probably could have summoned the Mega Zalor first, but that's okay. We're missing out on a little bit of damage. After a Dragius, then Ghoulish Gal comes in. Activate the effect, and revive Ghoulish Gal again. And then we should beat that one off for Mega Zalor. Throw this down, and we aren't going to use Tribute Boost since it prevents us from attacking directly. So we just swing in. So I guess the Tribute Boost, theoretically, if we knew we were getting hit by the Widespread, would be the right move. But I still like this play. And we're pretty well protected. Even if they draw a Particle Acceleration, that does mean one less card they're able to use for summoning monsters. Wait, Chenyu, did the results come in? Don't tell me my actual placement. I know I was around 38 beforehand, but if the results are in, I will go check it afterwards. Okay, and if the results are in, that means I can actually go ahead and upload the deck profile. I was planning on it. I have like top 100 in the thumbnail, and I'm like, well, what if I don't actually end up getting it? That would be really embarrassing. So I held off on uploading the video until the results showed up. So I will go check after this. Alright, so your State Soul is going to burn me for 300. Wait, what did they even reveal? Did they reveal a monster that's summonable? Okay, it was Sunglasses. That's fine. Oh no, Robert. I mean, Duckbill is one of the better SRs, but I definitely agree, you probably, don't want to see that many of them. Let's just Widespread, not have to worry about a 2500 on the next turn. As long as we draw any of our boss monsters, we can clear the Sunglasses. Alright, and there is a pretty good one. Normal summon Ghoulish Gal. And this is far beyond game. 1, 2. Ghoulish Gal and Essel. Mill. And Steel Array. Thank you, Manarchist. And swing on in. Okay, plus minus. That would be a very funny way to do the clickbait. Alright, so let's go see how we did in the festival. So, the way I noticed the results, I was in, well, let's switch over to the deck I used. That way, when we take the screenshot, it will match. We were on Eggs. Now, can anyone tell me why I named the Rebel deck Eggs? This isn't a trick question, I just forgot. And I'm trying to figure out what card in the deck would have made me think of it. I'm pretty sure it wasn't because we flipped the monsters into attack mode. Like, it's possible it's like a sunny side up thing, but I don't remember. I legitimately have no idea why it is called Eggs. So if any of you happen to have the same brain wavelength there, let me know. Alright, let's see how we did. 46. We will take it. I will grab a screenshot in case I need it for proof later. And I will also screenshot it with my deck in the picture. Save as, Goha March results. 46. Oh, that means I actually placed even better. Top 50 again. I guess let us check details. I don't know what that means. Oh, 57%. Win rate. Receive rewards. And we get some prismatic stuff, as well as the title. Unfortunately, there's not a top 50, thing listed anywhere. Oh, I guess I should probably take another screenshot that actually shows me, and that it's not just some other person. Oh wait, that means we need to check Paco. Is Paco here? We know they were fighting for the 10th place spot. And while I was scrolling, I think I may have seen the answer. Paco was in 10th place with 30 minutes to go. But unfortunately, by 150 points, they fell out. That's so close. That's so much time grinding. I feel awful for them. Giorfio in 13th. Pretty solid. Oh, and Rahuta made it. Okay, I need to go send them a congratulations. Well, actually, I don't want to send it if they haven't already seen it themselves. But Rahuta did great. Sora, I definitely played against a few times. And then let's go scroll on down to what... Oh, and Chenyu, congrats. You just barely outranked me, huh? Thanks for letting me know the results were actually in. Anyone else I recognize here? Oh, Gao, definitely a strong player. And then we got two VTubers. I wonder if so this player says Medal Complete with Black Magician or Dark Magician. So I wonder if they were actually on Magician Shuffle during this festival. Oh, Nana-O, of course. And then Infi also managed to slide in. But also, look at this. Top 100 is 42,000 points. I only scored 42.7. I was, despite being over 50 slots secure. It's barely any points. It's 700 points to go from not in the top 100 to all the way up here. Like 43,000 isn't until 33rd place. So we had 70 players, all within such a small range. And if I had gone to 4370, or 43,700, that would have been all the way at 26th, which is crazy. I really think last time, there was nearly a 5,000 point gap between 100 and 50, but this time it's super compressed. And thank you, everyone, on the congratulations. I'm pretty happy. Top 50 was, well, really, top 100 was my goal. And then top 50 was what I got last time. So defending the title, so to speak, was a secondary objective. But it looks like I basically had to. Had I stopped at any other lower points, I wouldn't have made it to top 100 at all. And I almost stopped at the 41k. So I have to thank the players in my Discord who encouraged me to get that extra +1. I think that was Paco and Gonchi. And Yaku. 65% win rate is pretty good. Had you kept dueling, I think you probably would have been able to get up there. I think during day 1, I started with a 70 to 75% win rate, but it quickly spiraled down to 55 as I played more games against players higher on the ladder. But of course, I got it back up to 57 to finish things off. We could Essel, but we don't actually need to, as we have zombies and dinosaurs already set up. We are definitely going to go ahead and set this Mega Zowler. And save Barrel Dragon for later. Let's see what they do. Alright, Light Sorcerer. This could be Seven's Axel Road or Overload. We haven't seen either, which definitely does suggest Axel Road though. Do they activate the skill? No. Very interesting. And they actually just run right into my Mega Zowler. And they are wide open for a Barrel Dragon attack. I mean, I think we go for it for sure. See what we can land. Do we get it? And we actually land a Barrel Dragon. Believe it or not. Throw a couple cards face down, and we will swing. There is a case for keeping the mage in hand, but I do just want to get in there for the damage. There is also a chance they have something like a Curtain of Sparks rather than the Widespread Ruin, but no, they do pop the dragon. And we pass it over. Let's see how it goes. Oh, you know what? Looking through the top 100, I think it turns out Tomato didn't make it. I know he was actually trying this time. The first fest, he got sick and wasn't able to play. So, and then I heard he was busy on day 3, which is rough. Have I tried to make a new psychic build? Or a competent psychic build? I have tried to make psychic builds. I haven't tried to make competent ones. We played a little bit of Climax Finale Turbo and lost. We played a little bit with the new skill and lost. What's the synergy with the zombies and the dinosaurs? It's really just making card advantage. So the zombies are better than the Aqua Engine because you get 3 of the torso. And then the King Rex also is able to revive Mega Zowlers or Urabi. Okay, we need a dinosaur actually in the graveyard. So, Urabi is up. I actually want to get rid of this vanilla in my hand. So, we will go like this. And then King Rex is actually able to bring back the one and only Mega Zowler. That's 900 plus. This is technically game, even without the seal array. Unless I'm bad at math. Let's see what happens. However, I think a Curtain of Sparks might save them. The new Psychic UR seems completely useless. Esperade is a strong card, but we don't have enough ways to safely get to 1,000 life points, I think. What is this deck? It is zombie dinosaurs. With Dragius, of course. You know, I think a funny psychic skill would be something like paying 2,000 life points to give one of your monsters a boost. Or, okay, so if psychics had a skill that was just like a double climax finale, it could be a good way to actually trigger those monsters like Esperade and then be big enough to end the game. But I don't think we're gonna get something like that, unfortunately. So we actually get another one with the aggro deck. How good is this deck? We are currently 3-0. It seems fine. I mean, we get Dragius and Barrel Dragon. It can't be that bad. Would I run this over the Thunder variant? Probably not. I think the Trigger Drago and Duckbill is probably a better idea. But this seems pretty competent and does what it's supposed to. We have an Essel, and we could try to set up a dinosaur. That seems fine with me. And we hit the Urabi. So, overall, I would consider this a success. Now, if they are on Hell Tuning Invasion, we would actually want to summon the King Rex here. Okay, so this is gonna look really weird. But we're gonna summon King Rex in attack mode. And then instead of grabbing Urabi... Well, actually we have this. Okay. So then we can revive Urabi as well. So the idea is simple. If they're on Hell Tuning Invasion, they were gonna wipe my board anyway. If they do an invasion. But if they draw a heavy metal, this is level 4. So they'll have to eat this, and I get to keep my monster alive. And we'll see how it goes. Of course, they could be on the new skill, which just makes it really easy for them to, Death Doom. Oh, and they immediately Cyclone to eat my Widespread Ruin, which I was needing to protect myself from the next move. I could have, instead of the Urabi, I could have Crawling Torsoed for the 0-attack monster for extra protection against a heavy metal. But since I had the Widespread, I didn't think it was necessary, and I wanted the more aggressive board. But now, I guess we just wait and see what they do. Hell Tuning Invasion is confirmed. So I suppose I should have summoned the 0-attack monster. I did consider it, but I thought the Widespread would be good enough. Oh, but it's actually a Growl. That's kind of wild. But if they Growl, they can still heavy metal. So I suppose it makes sense. They'll be able to debuff this by 800. But why even Hell Tuning? Wait. That isn't how the skill works. Okay. So, I think we have found the answer as to why is it that I'm able to win so many games in a row here, but not against the best players in the world in the KC Cup. That was a pretty bad move. Unfortunately, we do with the Barrel Dragon. I do want to play around those heavy metals. So we are indeed still summoning a 0-attack monster, which I'm sure looks incredibly stupid from their point of view. We could Seal Array, but I don't see a need to. Let's just eat this Growl. And pass. We could attack with the thing in the purple mirror, but, there's no reason. Alright, here comes another Ghost Cyclone. But they put too many monsters in the graveyard last turn to be able to use it. I guess I missed out on 1200 damage from activating the Seal Array. Let's start again. Here comes Barrel Dragon. Target you. And we actually get the hit. We're just gonna put in another 0 attack monster. Well, this might be lethal though. Hold on. The mage is good enough as a defensive move. And then this is 2100. No. 14. 25 is 39. So this is theoretically lethal without the seal array. And I did use the effect. Okay. Let's just battle. Oh, this is actually bad because it plays into a recital. But they have widespread ruin anyway. So that's okay. The extra 800 would not have been lethal. So it seems like a good plan to keep the seal array. Of course, they could have the third Ghost Cyclone. Frank, if you can send me your Thunder list in the Discord, I would appreciate it, because I did not find the new spell, to be very convenient at all. But I might have been building it wrong. Alright, we saw them add an invasion, which makes a lot of sense. However, they don't have a set monster, so they're not going to be able to activate the skill. And that means no invasion to wipe the board. I mean, this is fine, if that's really what they were planning on doing. But I'm pretty sure they messed up. And we have already seen widespread ruin. Unfortunately for us, we don't have much in the way of attacking. Let's just make them use their skill, I guess. We'll throw everything down. And we pass it over. Now, 3,500 is actually a pretty dangerous line. If my opponent draws into a Shadow Buyer, they could win the game. Like, it's actually over if they draw Shadow Buyer, as they already have Invasion in hand and we have no trap card to protect us. So they can flip everything up, tribute off for Invasion, summon Shadow Buyer, make it level 7, blow up the board with Invasion, and then swing in for 23 plus 12, which is exactly 35. Let's see what they get. Here comes the Invasion. But they immediately activate Invasion's effect, which means even if they do have a Shadow Buyer now, they aren't going to be able to use it. And that does give us another turn. However, they actually could still just Tribute Summon. Okay, there's the Shadow Buyer, so they missed one lethal line. But if they have a third boss monster, Rocker does not work. Rocker prevents you from attacking directly. So, once again, my opponent has made a critical, huge misplay for the third turn in a row. And now we're just gonna try to kill them. We start with not using Shield and Sword, because we're summoning a Mega Zowler. Let's bring in Mage. And Mage is actually gonna use the effect. That way we win, even if they have access to a face down shield, or sword and shield. We summon Mega Zowler. Then Shield and Sword. After this, we can use Tribute Boost if we want to, for even more damage. Which we actually do need to do because Mega Zowler is only 2,000. So Tribute Boost also prevents us from attacking directly, but that is okay, as we have actual cards here. Let's go ahead and Talismanic Seal Array. And we will return monsters into the deck. Advantage generators are probably pretty important. So we're gonna go like that. We will debuff the Palace Gargoyle, allowing us to do a full board clear even if they have a trap card. Unless it's King's Majesty. In which case, we still win because we have 1,000 and 1,500. DNV says he must be trolling. Either that, or they are very new to the deck. Which, keep in mind, if you watch day 1 of the Goha Rush Festival, my opponent is basically me. That is how I played the entire first day. I had very little experience with the deck. I knew it was good, but I really wanted to play anything else other than Rebels going into the festival. Unfortunately, I ended up feeling as though I had no choice but to play the Rebel deck if I wanted to do well. Oh, and here is Demon B themselves. Will they be playing Hell-Tuning Invasion or the new skill? Unfortunately, I think Demon B is going to be getting a real quick win. Let's just pass turn. We actually do need to keep the monster in hand to increase the odds of us not breaking next turn. And Essel in hand means we do have a chance to mill for the King Rex, and then actually establish something resembling a board. Oh, and welcome Benex. Thank you for the raid. Hope your stream went well. I know you were in the chat earlier, so how have your games been going? Okay, so we need to Essel, and we really need to find a dinosaur, but we do not, which is a little bit of a problem. If that's the case, I think Dragius is the one that we need to bring in to minimize Demon B's resources on the next turn. We mill a card and another non-dinosaur. If this is a widespread rune, we would be in trouble. Though I am a little bit concerned my opponent did not attack me directly last turn. Obviously, with only a lone Dragius on the board against a Roa, there is a very quick and swift, decisive loss once they summon the heavy metal. So let's see what they do. Kobold, and they discard a heavy metal. So I think they must have another one. Yeah, and Pilot, that is a great question. I do not know why the Legacy Duels are starting today. Alright, there is of course another heavy metal, as expected. A new set monster, and we are looking to be in a pretty bad position. Crawling Torso does give us advantage, which is nice. We already have one of those triggered, so we can just summon. And then, before we forget, let's use Shield and Sword. Let's bring in the Essel and see what we mill. We do get a Mega Zalor, which is okay. We King Rex. Bring in the Mega Zalor. And then tribute for the Barrel Dragon. Well, actually, we could go... So, we can either King Rex for Mega Zalor and have a pretty consistent 5k damage here. And that's better than the Barrel Dragon, because it's still only 5100. Keep in mind, regardless of our play, we would lose to just about anything. If they find another boss monster, it is game regardless. So let's battle. Swing in here, and at least deal some damage. Even if we kept something like a Ghoulish Gal around, Demon B would be able to simply walk over it with a Kobold. Or the Heavy Metal. Even if they don't gain any attack off of the Heavy Metal, all they need to do is declare an attack on my 0 attack monster. Unfortunately, our widespread rune was milled, so we know it's not going to function. And that is going to be game for Demon B. Invasion wipes the board. And I guess the Talismanic Seal Array is here for good luck. Though it seems unnecessary. I guess just showing us what it was. I was thinking it might have been a Ghost Cyclone, but I guess it was a Seal Ray. Good game, Demon B. Bum, 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 ba, ba, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Alright, so that ended our streak with this deck, which means we will do one Legacy Duel deck per starter deck. Unless there are a ton of those. I don't actually know. Select a character and a deck to use on the event deck button on the bottom right. Okay. Okay, that's a lot of loner decks. I'm not sure we're going to be doing that many loner duels. Let's just play with Yugi and see what we get. Oh wait, they have their own cumulative win thing, apparently. Daily bonus XP. I really don't care about experience points. But, let's go ahead and see what we do. Surprisingly, we don't find an opponent immediately. Right. In Legacy Duels, remember to always send your opponent a like, as I believe that is how you actually clear the event. Alright, we are up second against the one and only Fish. Mythic Dex sets Umi. And what do we have here? I guarantee you Monster Reborn was not around at this point in dueling's history. I guess Legacy Duels is more about the era of cards in the anime, rather than the era of cards in a dueling's history. So I'm pretty sure I can't affect it. Okay. I could Dark Magic Curtain, but then I can't summon another monster this turn. What is this? I can tribute summon in addition, but I don't need to do that. Okay. Tribute to the Doomed would not work, as this card is unaffected by spell effects and cannot be targeted for attacks. But I can attack directly. Interesting. So if I just Monster Reborn, there is a face-up Umi on the field, so this can attack twice. And then I can summon Neo and just swing in for game. And that was a very quick duel. I will send, oh, they make the nice button very large, so players remember to do it. That, I think, is new. And I mean, that game was literally only one turn. So I guess we will do another one. Event deck. We'll go over to Blue Eyes White Dragon. Oh, and I see we've got Peak Performance, but only a single copy of Blue Eyes. Why would they think this is a good idea? This deck looks awful. Like, you're able to build your own deck, right? I'm pretty sure I could just go build a better deck than this with whatever my limited collection is. Seven Tools of the Bandit is funny. Alright, let's see what we can do. Giant Germ. I think we are gonna go with the Giant Germ in case they destroy it. Well, I don't think they'd be running Mirror Force, because they have the Reborn. So maybe the Battle Ox is actually fine. But you know what? I'm gonna just summon it. Play. Do they have a Trap Hole? I didn't look at the deck. List very much. So let's just try swinging in. Alright, and we get in for 1k. And then our monster's kind of safe, since if they manage to out it, we bring in more. And then we can use the next turn for cards like Enemy Controller. Oh, Red Eyes does sound very strong. Unfortunately, Enemy Controller doesn't work if they set a monster. But that's okay. Let's just bring in a Battle Ox. Now, a Yugi deck might be running a 2K Defender. So we are going to Nuzzler on the Battle Ox. Just smash right through it. Oh, it was a tomato. Which means we probably are just gonna be passing here. I mean, I could Enemy Controller the Germ to take the Witch, but that's not really worth it. Bum, bum, bum. And by the way, okay, well, actually, yeah, if this is a good duel, we'll head back to Rush afterwards. I just figured the one game with Mako was probably not really worth it. Or not like a good showcase of the format. They have a Witch. They could kind of search if they wanted to by swinging into the Battle Ox, but surely they will not. I think there's a good chance we're able to make a lethal push next turn. The Witch is going into defense mode. But we can still steal it. Oh, a Judge Man. So if we summon the Kaiser, and then swing in with the Kaiser, then steal, that's 34. Okay. So, start with Kaiser. And we know they have something, but they are hesitant to use whatever it is. Battle phase. And swing. We are good here. Oh, it's a Hane Hane. Which is gonna mess up my plan pretty significantly. After the effect of Malevolent Nuzzler. I guess that's fine. We already have a monster to summon next turn. So I'll go ahead and place it back on top. And then we aren't going to Enemy Controller since it is no longer a lethal push. End turn. Slifer is legal. Maybe. I really have no idea. We know they're holding on to some kind of trap. Alright, and they are going in. Interesting. Oh, Vivyoku. Okay, of course that lets you clear any monster in the game. I will hold on the Enemy Controller. Oh, and they even have a prismatic one. Oh, Axe of Despair is pretty strong. But I actually kind of like this. The more they buff the Witch of the Black Forest, the more my Enemy Controller comes in handy. I definitely let that through. Oh, did they actually kill me here? So that would go to 2950 plus. Wait, if I pay it, I would go down to 2500. Oh, I would survive that though. Okay. Metamorph. So they would go plus 300. And they would go plus 425. Which is 37. I think that's fine. I'm pretty sure we survived this. I was right. Oh, but then we can't 7 tools anymore. Which is also unfortunate. But that's okay. Our move, we draw the Malevolent Nuzzler. And then we summon Battle Ox. And And then we activate the EX skill to allow us to bring in Judge Man. Judge Man is not quite strong enough, but after a Malevolent Nuzzler boost, it would be. And then of course we are going to try to go in for game. We're just gonna get a little aggressive with it. We theoretically could try to swing over with the Judge Man. But I like this play more. It'll end the duel one way or the other. The other option is we could have stolen this and then traded it off for the Judge Man. But I like killing them with their own monster. That seems pretty fun. I will send them a nice. And then let's go back to Rush. So we did lose a game with Zombie Dino, which means we might want to switch to something else. But there aren't that many new decks. Yeah, no problem. Dimitri Hana. Oh, I guess I ended up in the wrong world. Maybe we go back to Thunder, as I think someone was supposed to be sending me an updated list to try out. But we are switching over to Nail for this, as we have a couple of skills we haven't actually unlocked on him yet. So I like playing Nail with the archive decks. I just didn't think about it with the aggro stuff. So I mean, we could run Thunders over some of the pluggy fish, or well, over this. And I think we do want to go down to 2 copies of the spell, and then filter by Thunder. Let's throw in a few Thunder Gazelles. Just a few more Thunder monsters to have in our pocket. Well, I guess it's only one more. But we are taking out a spell since it seems a little bit bricky. And then I think we're good. Oh, I could be running a 3rd Trigger Drago. What would I take out for it? I mean, I guess one of the pluggy fish. But then I have less cards to trigger this with. And the Piercing Samurai feels so important. I mean, I guess that means we only run 1 Gazelle. That way we can keep the full pluggy fish playset. Yeah, I think this seems pretty reasonable. Bum 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 bum. Alright, so our opponent opens with an immediate set, a 2 tribute monster. And the weird thing about this, of course, is Rebels don't have a ton of monsters with defense stats. So that has to be the new Death Doom with exactly 2k. Let's go ahead and Essel. And we will special summon a an Angler Coilfish. Then we can Surge Bolt. Then we can Destroyer. And as always, the opponent doesn't have... the opponent does have a card in hand. So we're giving up on some damage to try to bring in this Trigger Drago and Unbrick. Which I really don't want to do. I'd rather be getting in for damage. Just in case it's something out of the ordinary, we will swing in with the Trigger Drago. But it should be a Doom Metal, as expected. I just couldn't leave 2 Trigger Dragos in hand against any deck. It's not consistent enough. Maybe if it was a second Stormbolt Destroyer, it would have been okay. Our move, we do get a Clapping Thunder. So, but if we want to summon that, if we want to use this card, they need to have a face-up monster on the field anyway, which they do not. Which means it is time to set some back row. And then we just bring in good old reliable Piercing Samurai to try to pierce the opponent. I guess we will see how it goes. Swing in. A big 200 damage. They weren't ready for that. Alright, it looks like the 200 was actually the most we would have been able to deal anyway. Alright, Ghost Cyclone coming in, but they have enough cards in the graveyard where I don't really mind. We see Shadow Buyers activating their effect. And that means they are going to have up to 2 level 7 monsters. They could actually just summon a Doom Metal completely normally. With a hand like that. I mean, they even have a Phaser for a 3rd monster. They could revive the Doom Metal. However, this is going to actually leave them with a 0-card hand. And that means we should win the game. A Heavy Metal comes in, and that is totally fine. They can absorb my Piercing Samurai, and then bring in a 2k Defender. However, we are keeping 2 boss monsters on the board. Which I guess I didn't even need to use this widespread because I have an Angler Coilfish already. But I mean, this seems good with me, in case they're able to stop the attack. I think it is nice to bring in the second one. And now, even if they have a widespread ruin, we get some piercing and a big hit in. Of course, we're going to set this down for later. And then let's go ahead and use the effect. 1 and 2. Battle Swing. And they did have a King's Majesty, so summoning the second Trigger Drago is paying off. Alright, let's see what they do. Thinking through the previous play, I think maybe I really should have held onto the Ghost Cyclone. Even though having the 2 Trigger Dragos on board was useful here, it's probably a higher value play overall for me to have not done that. Like in the average game. Because we know they're really only on like Ghost Cyclones probably. And we've already seen one. Which means drawing into another one is kind of unlikely. Alright, we see them with a field of level 5 monsters. Oh, and it just occurred to me they're on Hell Tuning Invasion. And not the new skill. But as long as we can draw some monsters, Shield and Sword will end the game for us. And I'm pretty sure that's good enough. We activate the effect, and then just summon our best monsters. Yeah, they immediately concede. I will go ahead and send them the nice. And we'll go ahead and try again. we're up against the one and only Sarah. I guess there are multiple people with the name Sarah, but only this one is actively in my stream that I know of. We are going to bring in the Stormbolt Destroyer and then revive one of our coil fishes. We could go for a piercing attack with the Trigger Drago, but this is exactly what I mean. Clapping Thunder doesn't do anything for us. If this was a regular low-level monster, we'd be able to bring in the Trigger Drago and pierce. And the deck already has issues with exactly this, drawing too many boss monsters. Like I said, I think this really needs to be something like discard a Thunder monster to draw 2, and then it would see play. So completely not sold on this card. We'll probably play a couple more games with Thunder. And then we will wrap things up. I think maybe a few more duels. As we've played all of the new decks, and I do want to start uploading videos. And recording things like the box review. I mean, I could just clip what we did today, and farm that for content. But I'd rather do a new one now that I've actually played a few games with the decks. Alright, we see a Piercing Samurai. And a Duckbill. I think Duckbill seems good here. And we also get to draw a card if we summon another Duckbill. So we're going to do that. Clapping Thunder. Draw a card. Duckbill. Send Essel. We don't need them anymore. Add Stormbolt. Tribute Summon. 1, 2. And then clear out our hand. Summon the Trigger Drago. Then Piercing Samurai number 2. And we should be good to go. Activate effect, give it piercing, activate this one's effect. And then activate skill to debuff the kobold by another 300. No need to change battle position. Just head into battle. Swing in with Piercing Samurai. See if we can pierce. And we do. There was a chance that was a Curry Bolt. Or sorry, a Babysitter Goat. But we are instead getting in for huge damage. Oh, but they have a guard. I have not learned to play around this card yet. I was thinking about cards like Recital, but got hit by a big guard instead. Alright, so let's see. A Shadow Buyer is able to go up to level 7 on its own. But it looks like Sarah might be using it for a Tribute Summon. We lose an Invasion, but another Invasion or a Heavy Metal are both pretty devastating. We do see a second Invasion coming down, which means the final card probably isn't a low-level monster. Otherwise, they would have used the Shadow Buyer as the other monster to attack again. But what trap card could be that important? It very well could be the Widespread Ruin. Unfortunately, we have just about nothing to do here. So, I guess we just set and pass. Alright, let's see what Sarah draws. Alright, another kobold to dig for a boss monster. Presumably. Hell-tuning Invasion. Flipping up my many pluggy fish. And here comes Invasion number 3. Pretty interesting. We've seen all 3 Invasion, but no Heavy Metal. That being said, we are taking a ton of damage here. Let's go ahead and widespread one of them so we don't immediately die. And then, what can we draw to turn this around? A Clapping Thunder. That might actually help. Let's Pluggy Fish. Surge Bolt Lizard. censor Duckbill. And then draw a card. We get a Stormbolt Destroyer. But do we want a Stormbolt Destroyer or do we want the piercing damage? We already know our opponent is running guard. So that means we should probably Duckbill and try to get in for the piercing and win without attacking directly. We add back Trigger Drago. Then we activate Stormbolt Destroyer and special summon Surge Bolt Lizard. Then we tribute for Trigger Drago. Now, as I said, there is a pretty good chance our opponent has the Widespread Ruin, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't try. Let's battle and see what happens. Swing in with this one. And there is the Widespread Ruin, kind of as expected. Either boss monster can end the game here. Theoretically, we would have made a board of 2 Stormbolt Destroyers and a Pluggy Fish, which I suppose would have been better, given we know they did have Widespread now. But if it was a bluff, if that was like another Ghost Cyclone, this would have swung in for 28 and ended the game. So I don't really regret the play either. And the Pluggy Fish is actually under 1,000 attack, so Heavy Metal would have swung in and killed us anyway. Nice work, Sarah. Pretty sure there wasn't anything I could do there. You got me. Let's see if we can get one more win to round off this stream. And then, while this one's loading, I should go see if there's anyone else I know playing Rush over on Twitch. Does not appear to be the case. Oh, I must have missed some messages. Pilot says, what decks in Rush Duel Links do I not enjoy playing? I'm gonna go with none of them. I kind of like everything. I mean, some of them are a lot worse, but I don't really get upset, especially not when we aren't facing top 100 players all the time. As we bring in the Duckbill, my opponent has 2 cards in hand, but that is enough for the Stormbolt Destroyer to work. So, special summon the Angler Coilfish. Set a card, and then I'm pretty sure switching it to defense is the right move, because now instead of blocking 1600 damage, it will block only 1500 damage. And we get in 424. And we even have a high level monster ready to go on the next turn. And some protection. Let's widespread and then just finish the game on the next turn. And that should be more than good enough. Trigger Drago. And then, since we don't have that many cards in the opponent's hand, we can just special summon again. And they concede. Yeah, and thank you for the game, Sarah. Unfortunately, if you're just joining the stream now, we are actually at the end. We're gonna do one final game and see how it goes. And then we're gonna call it a night. We're getting pretty close to the 5.5 hour mark. Bum, bum, ba, ba, bum. Alright, and this is a pretty solid opening hand. We can go ahead and set everything, except for the vanilla, which we'll keep for next turn. Theoretically, we could have kept the Piercing Samurai. On the off chance my opponent draws poorly and needs to set the pass as well. However, since we are running the new Thunder spell, we want to have the vanilla so that we can draw a card if we would otherwise be bricking. And none of these monsters are Thunders. My opponent actually does set the pass, but we do get to actually just keep the Piercing Samurai on board anyway, since that means they aren't attacking. We can bring in a Stormbolt Destroyer. But before I do, I probably want to mill just to get the graveyard set up a little bit. We mill some pretty strong cards. Okay, but now things are a little bit better. We can bring in the Stormbolt Destroyer, and then we can actually summon a Duckbill as well, as we did mill a Trigger Drago. So let's go ahead and do that. Activate the effect, and we'll send one Piercing Samurai away to the bottom of the deck. Trigger Drago comes into the hand, and we will tribute off the second Piercing Samurai. But then, rather than use the Stormbolt Destroyer, we will summon the third Piercing Samurai, and then get to swing in with two Piercing monsters. Of course, if they do have the Widespread Ruin, we are going to lose the Trigger Drago, but our deck is running no spell trap removal in the first place. Most psychic monsters should be pretty low defense, so I'm fairly confident that this goes through, and it does. Let's bring in Trigger Drago and see if we can get another big hit. And we get another quite, important blast to the face. Final card is the only one with a decent defense stat, and actually would have even been able to block, our Piercing Samurai from dealing any damage at all. Beeper, I'm probably not going to sleep, but I am going to be, working on getting my VOD cut up so I can do things like upload the box review and maybe a deck profile for this. I also want to upload my Rush Festival deck, since I feel that is also a pretty timely upload. So that and the box review kind of need to show up on the next 2 days in order to be relevant. Otherwise, it's kind of past the timing window, if that makes sense. So we do see our opponent reducing themselves down under 1,000, being able to use Esprit to destroy both of our boss monsters at the same time. However, with 6,000 life points, I think we actually are still in a pretty solid position. Gift is coming out, but that is going to have under 3k, so we know we do survive the turn. Additionally, they use spell trap removal on our Shield and Sword, but that means Shield and Sword is just going to be on the top of our deck, and we are guaranteed to draw into it, rather than any of the other spell trap removal cards that would have actually just worked normally. And now we just summon it in normal monsters, and we win the game, as even if they have the ability to stop one attack, they cannot stop all three, and all of their monsters have 0 defense. And that is game. We are going to call it a day here with another Thunder win. Thank you all for watching.